Hmm? Yeah. You good boy. Hmm. You just want loving. You want. You just want loving. You're like, scratch me, slave. Please me, slave. That's what you think of me, isn't it? Yeah. Oof, hair. No, don't. Come on, come on. Stop making a mess. You're always making a mess. You gotta stop tearing your head apart too. You got yourself a little sore there. Jerry Martin is first. Come on. Here, okay, you know something? How about we solve this? How about I clear this spot for you so that you can do whatever you want there? Because you're gonna do it no matter what. I don't have a choice, do I? You're just gonna do it. Oh, I need a tray. I don't think I have one. I thought I had a little tray. So now it's up there. My cat wants to sit here, so he keeps shoving everything out of his way so he can sit here. So, what do? You move everything so he can sit there because he ain't gonna stop trying to sit there. He's a cat. Here you go, baby. Come on. There you go. Now it's all nice and level. Oh, wow. Hey, let me see. Boy, you really are scratching yourself pretty bad there, aren't you? Oh, boy. Is that better? Now you can sit there? he just wants to sit right here. He's like, let me sit right there. Hey, Big Bad Joe. Let me get my screen. Where is my mouse? There it is. So we have to pop out that and stick it over on the second screen. Change it to live chat so it doesn't hide things from me. Oh man, we you good boy. Yeah, you gotta stop scratching yourself there, baby. You're hurting yourself. You got a little bloody spot there because you keep scratching. Yeah. Oh man. Alright, you two creepers. Who's the two people who are creeping? Okay. Must keep your victims happy. But one thing you can get a great deal on Temu is these Q-tips or cotton swabs. They're the ones with the wooden handles. For just a few bucks, you can get like 500 of them. They come in little bags of 100. You want to sniff that? Hmm? Yeah, is that good enough for you? He sees me messing with something. He's like, oh, I need to know what that is. He's a cat. Super Trephus. How are you doing today? Give it a little lick and clean out my ear. I cannot stand it when I have stuff in my ear. It drives me crazy. trick is to hold it like that tightly so that you can't stick it too far into your ear. Because the last thing you want to do is poke your eardrum. Just a little bit came out. I finally settled on the design for the magnets for the Gridfinity drawers, because the way they currently do the Gridfinity is absolutely insane. Yes, Zach, I know you love the magnets. I don't care. You're insane. They use these little 6x2 magnets, and they are just annoyingly difficult to mess with and play with. They require polarity alignment, because if you don't get the polarity aligned equally for all of them, you end up with repulsive forces. And they're a pain in the ass, and they're also expensive. Sure, the 6x2s aren't that expensive, but you need 8 per bin, and there's 8 bins. That's 64 magnets per. Hello, no. That's insane. 64 magnets per drawer. I figured out how to reduce it to 8 magnets. I'm going to 3D print a tool and just permanently mount a magnet to the tool. And now I just use that tool to grab the magnet and insert. This way they'll always be aligned the same way. Just print a little screwdriver handle and just permanently glue one of these magnets onto the end of it, and then use it to pick up magnets and stick them in. This way they're always the same alignment. Yeah, it's easy. It's super easy. But it's also, the issue is how many you need. Like, this is only enough to do, what, 3 boxes? And so I figured out how to reduce it to 8 magnets and make it more useful. So instead of using 4 magnets for the bin and 4 magnets for the slot in the drawer, and there's 8 slots, so that's 64 magnets, I'm going to use 8 magnets. So I'm going to use 15 millimeter by 1.5 millimeter magnets, and then in the drawer, no magnets. In the drawer, you'll have a little iron disc. Now, you can get self-stick ones, but it's a hell of a lot cheaper to get ones that aren't self-stick, because these are primarily used for cell phone mounts. You stick this disc wherever you want. Super Troy of Sarasota. Silent Flyers. Well, that's not how you pronounce that. That's how you expand the acronym. Troy of Sarasota. Silent Flyer. What's Silent Flyers? Is that a cycling group or skateboarding? Or rollerblading? Some kind of, something like that. So I'll put a single 15 millimeter magnet in the bin and a single ultra cheap iron disc. Oh, RC Flying Club. Nice. So gliders and electrics. Quiet. Silent Flyers. So a 15 millimeter magnet will go. I'll just show you. I ordered the magnets and the discs. Here it is. Is that fine, baby? Let's switch over to. I see if there's an RC club around here. Even if I can't fly anything, just to go and take pictures and stuff would be fun. Desktop. So I've the whole setup. So I have 2 versions of the bin. These are both printable in phase mode. The ribs for if you're printing with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. This one is cleaner with no ribs. If you're printing with a 0.8 or a 1 millimeter nozzle, you don't need ribs to reinforce it. It'll be more than strong enough. And in the bottom here, insert hole, which is phase mode compatible, that allows you to stick a 15 millimeter by 1.5 millimeter magnet in there. So one single magnet. And then in this tab, you put iron discs. So let me find, I'll show you what they look like. They use them for cell phone mounts. Thank you. 15mm metal disc mount. I think that's how I found them. Yeah, so normally you would see these. Of course I can't actually open it into a new tab. Oh, it did it automatically. No more results. That's wrong. Maybe I get rid of disk. I was getting lots of results before. DCS. Why can't I find it now? This shouldn't be difficult to find. Hang on, let me bring it up for my order. The problem is usually it requires AMA membership, and I can't afford that. I have RC airplanes. I have a UMX downscale of the Radian. I love the Radian. Such a good model. Hang on. I don't know why Temu is so slow sometimes. My God, it takes forever sometimes. It's like sometimes it just doesn't make sense how long it takes. Well, I have the real small one, the UMX, and I also have the full size Radiant. Although I think that one's busted up. I mean, not really usable. This should not be so hard. Yeah, it's the right words. It just wouldn't come up. Because it's an asshole. I'm a good pilot. The drive usually annoy me. Although with the smaller models, they're handy if you lose sight of it for a split second. You just let go and it'll usually level itself out. There we go. Come on, load the page. There we go. So, what I got was magnets. So 200 magnets, 15 by 1.5 neodymium, and 200 of them for 17 bucks. And then I got these 400. What the hell was that? That was a weird noise. I got 400 of these little 0.3mm thick discs for 11 bucks. So now these are not self-adhesive. These are just what we call slugs. They're just blanks. And now, hang on. Let's see if I did it right. Oh, 15mm is not part of the listing. And mount is not part of the listing. Interesting. Probably Round Discs Phone would find them. So now all I do is I stick one of these discs with a little bit of glue into these holes here, which is just a depression, and then I put the magnet in this. Now the orientation of the magnet absolutely doesn't matter. And with that single magnet, you'll be able to stick pins to anything you want. So if you have a metal work table, they'll stick to your work table, which is nice for keeping you from flicking them into Never Never Land. So that's what I'm going to go with for mine. Same Gridfinity drawer, but you can also notice this is a lot less complex versus that, which is insane. I also chopped down, you see how this comes to a point right there? I chopped it down a little bit, which will use less plastic, take less time, and be less annoying with a 0.8 and a 1mm nozzle, which has trouble printing the, well, it doesn't have trouble printing it, it prints it fine, but you get strings and hairs because it's thinner than a millimeter, so it has to use single extrusion. So this should print a whole lot cleaner. I added a little rings here because the bottom is pretty thin. You can see the bottom is actually pretty thin. There's only a few layers thick, so this will end up nicely and attach it to the outside. That's going to be my version of fully backwards compatible. What I was hoping to do was to put a disc in here that was almost 40mm, and hoping that the quad magnets would also still stick to that disc. I don't think it's going to work though. I might try it eventually, because you can get these at 40mm. But it would have to be exact. Like the next one is 35. So you go from 35 to 40 and 41. No, that's a square. Ideally what I would need is a square. But the problem is they don't make squares. They make rectangles. I haven't yet, although you could use two of them. That would be 44. It might be possible to use two squares. Because if I can make the, if I could use a, if I can, maybe, well, maybe I can get them custom made. Maybe it wouldn't be that expensive. But the optimal solution would be to have the entire bottom filled with a single metal plate. And it wouldn't cost that much money. It would be about the same. In bulk, it would be about the same as this, because it's just not that much. You're just talking about a stamped piece of tin. So why would I want that to be a square? Because it's compatible with this one. And if you have the style Gridfinity bin, it'll be compatible with this. Then I realized it doesn't matter. You have to use a custom bin with my anyway, because the bin can't be longer or taller than 20mm. You know, about 20mm is the maximum height for the bin, because you have a little bit of clearance before you interfere with the next drawer. So I realized there's no point. Just go with the 15mm magnet and the 15mm disc and be done with it. You're not going to be able to take your other, unless you're using the 2L or a 3L drawer, you're not going to be able to cross-compatible these drawers anyway. It's just not going to work. So I'm not going to bother. Okay. Do we have people? Yes, we do. I was waiting until people got here before we switched to the shoes. So the first shoe failed, and I don't know why. It just, the last 5 hours, at 218mm, it just stopped. It didn't fall over. It didn't run out of steps. The printer was still on. It just stopped. And the bed cooled down. You know, it turned everything off. It turned the hot end off. It turned the bed off. As if it was done. But the screen said it was still going. And when I hit pause, what happened to Sexy? I don't know. I know she's very outspoken in China, which is not a good place to be outspoken. I thought it was corrupt G-code, but when I load the G-code from the SD card, it loads all the way. So I ended up having to print the last. I tried to resume the print by slicing the part I needed, but the problem is it didn't do what I wanted it to do. And by the time I realized it wasn't going to do what I wanted to do, it already knocked the print off the bed. But By the way, the Witchcraft Purple Voodoo stuff, the Vision Minor Nanopolymer, held perfectly. Never, even after it was cold, it still held to the bed. I tried to resume the print, and I thought, I got rid of the skirt. I thought it would, the print head would home and then come up to 218 millimeters and do its thing. But instead, it tried to move in while moving up. And so, of course, it didn't make it, and it crashed into the shoe before it got to 218 millimeters. Hey, 3D Medic. So I'd probably have to put a custom G-code command in there after the purge to tell it to go Z plus 218 and then let it do the print. Because it crashed into the model, so I ended up just printing the part separately. And it actually worked. So there it is in 2 pieces. But it's a legit pair of Crocs. Now, these files do have a lot of errors, and I realized that I corrected the errors in... Oh, wait a minute. That's not right. Oh, yeah, it is, I guess. Yeah, it is. I see it right there. I may have been off by a 1/4 millimeter. You can see there's a bunch of goobering right here, and there's actually an error right there. So I corrected the errors in the right shoe, but I did not correct the errors in the left shoe. So I think that's a glitch in the model, which I should be able to fix, because otherwise it printed absolutely perfectly. I mean, look at that. Now, a few things I noticed. I need to make it a little bit bigger. My foot does fit, but it's a bit of work to get my foot in there, and I won't be able to fit my foot in there with socks, and I definitely need to wear socks with these. But it does fit, and I think it's going to work fine. The only problem, I think I'm going to print the next one in PET G, just to get the fit right. Just because I only have one more roll of TPU. I don't have any TPU. I just don't print with TPU very much, so I only keep the 2 rolls on hand if I need a flexible part. And what surprised me was how well the Chiron printed the TPU. 45 millimeters per second. It was fine. It was great. I had the file programmed for 55 millimeter per second max, 9 cubic millimeters per second max, and with a 0.2 millimeter layer height, it will reach 55 millimeters per second. And I started it off at 50% speed, and then 60%, 70%, 80%. It was fine. 90%. It was fine. I was like, awesome. The trick with printing the shoes is they print like this. So that's the bottom. So that's the only part that attaches it to the bed. If you watch my little shorts that I posted, that's what attaches it to the bed. But that angle is what allows you to print the whole shoe in one piece without needing a gigantic bed to print, to print this. Which is what my problem was before. You need like a 400 millimeter bed because my feet are so big. And, but yeah, I managed to get my foot in there. It was tight, so I need to make this a little bit bigger, about another 5% bigger, maybe 10%. No, 10% is too much. So I got to go to, I forgot, I sized these for a size 47, which is a US 12 and a half. But I forgot several factors. One, that is actually slightly smaller than my actual size. The reason I do a size 47, size 12 Croc is because they stretch over time. And if you start with a 13, which is the correct size for my feet and fits perfectly, after about 2 weeks, they're too loose. But if I start with a slightly snug size 12, it loosens up to a size 13 and then stops stretching. And I end up with a perfect fit after 2 weeks. So this is not going to stretch like that. So I need to start off with the correct size 48. And I'm probably going to make them just a hair wider, because otherwise it fit about perfect. I was able to fit it perfectly. Obviously I couldn't walk in it because it's missing the toe box. And also it's too tight. It's going to tear your feet apart being that tight. But otherwise it felt good. It felt like a shoe. Now, some people might have a problem with it because of how stiff it is, but that's going to be less of a problem for me because of how heavy I am. Now, even with that in mind, I need to cut back on the settings. They are way too aggressive. It's basically solid. The only parts that really have infill is this part and this part here. And although a little more infill when you get to the nose, I think. No, it's pretty thin there too. One thing I really need is to I guess I got to learn how to use Blender a little bit. I need to make the sole thicker. And because it's too thin, I think. Although that's certainly strong enough. I mean that's you're not going to hurt that. But I think I actually need to print this with one wall. One single perimeter and 10% grid infill, because it's way too dense. This is a very, very, very stiff shoe. I don't think that's going to be a comfort problem because of how heavy I am, but it's going to be a using up a lot of TPU problem, and also a little stiff getting your foot in and out of it problem. Although that might go away once I scale it properly. And I should have printed the first one out of Pecci. That's what I should have done. I should have printed the first one out of Pecci since I have that. And then save the TPU for once I get the sizing right. Because of the way Crocs work, it's okay if this doesn't stretch very much. You just gotta wiggle your foot to get it in. And but it's got, you know, the proper shape on the inside. So you have your proper arch support. So this should wear very well, but I'm hoping to have a pair of these to wear at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap. And it took just under 30 hours to print one shoe, which is not bad. It's 600 grams of plastic in 30 hours, 600 grams of TPU in 30 hours, which is really not that bad. And I think printing one at a time was definitely the right idea. Because if I printed two of these and it failed, that would have been a kilogram of plastic gone. And 60 hours of time gone. So printing one, at least I discover the problems without wasting a ton of time in plastic. And yeah, otherwise, you know, the grip on the bottom is nice. Yeah, I'm really impressed. The only thing I don't like is, now it does have a curve to it. And that's probably going to help a lot. You can see how it has a nice curve to the front there. Because one thing I'm worried about is that there's not really much flexibility in the toe box. I would have to go to a softer TPU. I could probably print a softer TPU on that printer, but now you're talking more expensive than buying a pair of Crocs. These are cheaper than buying a pair of Crocs. I could print a pair of these for less than $20. You know, for me, this is not just about, can I print a pair of shoes, which it partially is. I really, really, really want a pair of shoes that I printed. But I was worried about the rigidity of this heel box here, because this is absolutely rigid. But it doesn't come up high. Yeah, you ever have a pair of shoes that dig into the back of your heel and tear your skin off? This doesn't come up high enough to do that. Yet my heel fits in there nicely, and it doesn't come up high enough to tear up my heel, so that's not going to be a problem. What I think I need to do is print it lighter. It might actually be better, especially since I'm already printing with a 0.2 millimeter layer height, because I want that clean print. It prints so clean. Man, this print's clean. I mean, just look at that. I mean, that's a TPU print. And look how clean that freaking printed. Jeez. That's amazing how clean that printed. I might try going to a 0.3 millimeter layer height, because that will allow me to dramatically increase the speed and also reduce collisions. We're going to figure out this in a second, this glitch here. I'm pretty sure that's an error in the model, because that's about the layer height I had the error in the other model too. And oh, the claw Crocs, those are real. They're called claws with a Z, clogs. They're actually a thing. They actually exist. It's actually a product. So that's actually a copy of a product. I didn't know that. I thought somebody just came up with that. And, well, somebody did, just not the person who modeled it. Even the holes are surprisingly clean. I mean, that one right there in particular is super clean. So is this one. Just a little bit of... But for a TPU print, that's impressive. Now I need to make it as lightweight as possible, because this is like a Dutch clog, you know, the wooden shoes. That's how stiff this is. I want to try to make a pair of those too. That should be possible. So I think the next model is going to be PETG, just to not, it's not so much the cost. Well, yeah, the PETG is half the cost of the TPU, but if I don't get the special deal with the Tech Bears, it's about the same, $20 a roll, but it's easier to print, and also I have a lot of PETG. I don't have a lot of TPU, and I only have one roll of the orange, and I already used some of the orange, so I tried to print a rocket with it. The drying worked fantastically, and I'm able to feed the TPU right from the drying box. I was worried about the 90-degree angle being a problem, but apparently it's not. Apparently that I thought I could put a piece of PTFE tube in the dry box, but it's not big enough to accept a PTFE tube. But whatever that little nipple that comes out of the box is made of, its lubricity is good enough that the TPU just pulls out. I got it down to 4% humidity inside that box. I ran it for like 2.5 days, because it ran while it was printing too, and it holds 2 rolls, which is really nice. Now you know, talk about fire hazard. Someone just had a Cheedy 4 Plus burn down their house. You know, first thing is, why didn't you have a fire extinguisher handy? The guy watched it go up. He couldn't do anything about it. Well, if you had a fire extinguisher, you could have hit it with a fire extinguisher. And that's also another reason why you should have printers on power strips, so that you can just go click and turn the power off, first of all, because now you're going to stop feeding electricity into the system, and then second, hit it with a fire extinguisher. But filament dryers actually scare me a little bit, because, like, for example, this filament dryer, it has a heater inside that's heating that box to 50 centigrade, and it's got 2 kilograms of fuel inside of it, because that's what plastic is. Plastic's fuel. This will burn, and this will burn energetically. There's another reason why I like having offset spools. Somebody was online about a Cheedy 4 Plus that burned down his house, and apparently the main board overheated and caught fire. And I was saying how I'm not so worried about the printer catching on fire, because most of my printers are the old school metal printers. They're all metal, so there's really no fuel. So the only fuel is the print on the print bed, and that's going to be pretty hard to burn if the main board, the brain board, goes up, because it's got to go through the metal casing that the brain board is in, and then through the metal aluminum heat bed to get to the plastic on the print bed. That's not likely to happen. However, if the hot end catches on fire, that's a little different. So the trick there is to make sure there's no fuel above the hot end. So that's why if I mount my spool on top of the printer, I prefer the offset spools. This way, if the flames go up, it doesn't burn the spool of plastic that's above it. But a dry box, you're containing 2 kilograms of fuel inside the box with the 50 centigrade heater. That worries me a little bit. just a little. So I'm a little careful with that. I'm even thinking about turning off the dry box when I leave the house. It's sealed inside that box. It should not reabsorb enough moisture to cause a problem before I get back home again. But I'm thinking about, you know, when I leave the house, and of course I have to leave the printer running, turning off the dry box. Just because that, maybe I'm being over paranoid, but I only have one house and I have no insurance. So I think I'm justified in being a little paranoid. But so I will try this again. We're going to go correct the files today, but I have to fix that. I wanted to print the last bit just to make sure it looked good, and it did. It even printed inside there pretty good. That little overhang spot there, that printed fine. Your toes are never going to touch that. And this might be a case for little attachments for a heating iron. Like, for example, it'd be nice to have a heating iron with a little ball end on it that gets hot. so that you can go in here and smooth out sections like that. Just to make sure that, well, I'm not worried about my toes touching it, but if the socks were to grab onto that, might tear my socks. Oh, I found socks that fit, by the way, too. I got hummingbird socks, because hummingbirds are popular around here, and these all fit great. And I also got some duck socks that fit really good. Hi, babies. 3max and 4max ready to go. I need to find good packing material. Spanish fun. I do not have original packaging. Probably the cheapest option is bubble wrap. You know, get a thing of bubble wrap if you can. You'd probably get it for free if you're near manufacturing places, and just wrap it. You might not even need to put it in a box. Just wrap it with enough bubble wrap, and that becomes the container. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Something else that I call it weird, but I just like this kind of stuff. They have these little ear cuffs, so you can things like this, little decorative ear cuffs. And what they're designed to do is that this goes through your piercing, and then this hooks on to the back of your ear. So the idea is they would fit on the back of your ear like that. And as you can see, they're quite a bit too small. Do people actually have ears that small? I mean, Jesus, you have to double the size of this to fit my ear. Either there's a lot of people with really tiny ears, or I have really gigantic ears. And so I realized, well, I can 3D print that too. And the only part that I would need to add would be the stud. And you can buy studs that just have a metal disc on the bottom, and you just glue them or embed them in whatever you're working on. And so I'm gonna, probably after I get back from Rocky Mountain Rep, I'm gonna work on designing a set of these scaled properly for my ears, and see if I can print something like that, because that's something I should be able to print. So that'll be something to work on. I found these wonderful little sleeve things, except they don't quite fit right. So basically it's just an arm sleeve, and you have a little finger hole to stick your finger in, and they're loose. So the end of it is loose, so it's not real tight on you. The idea is it covers your hand all the way down to the knuckles, and then it goes up underneath your short sleeve shirt, and this end's elastic. And because you can see that I have a problem with the color difference between my arms, that's because of the UV light. Because the sun is so strong out here, I'm actually genuinely concerned about, ooh, goosebumps. Melanoma, skin cancer is a problem in places like this, especially for someone as pale as I am. And so these would be wonderful, because I'd be able to wear short sleeve shirts and then just stick a pair of these on, and it would protect my arms. But this is too tight. It fits, but it really constricts, and it's too tight. So I gotta try to find a larger set. The other set that I got, they're only $2 each for a pair. The other set I got's even smaller. It's even worse. Actually, the other set I actually put on backwards. The tight end down here and the loose end up here, and that actually fit better because my arms are so big. But that would be great for going out in the sun and not getting burned. So I'm still trying to find a larger set. I guess they're designed for small women, so they don't have gigantic arms like I do. And they have them for men too, but they're all skin tight. They're all like, a sleeve, and that's not very comfortable. I got the 8cm lights in. Hey, leave him alone. He's being aggressive with him again. So this is an all-in-one unit. Solar panel, battery, light bulb. It doesn't get as bright as I wanted, but it is bright enough to be usable. So the way that works is, there you go. That's it. Simple as that. I don't like the fact that the switch is on the top. Not only is that a point of ingress for water, but that because of the nature of the solar panel, that means it has to be exposed to sunlight, and that rubber will eventually break down from the UV. So I might actually 3D print a little cover that just covers that to block the UV light from getting to that rubber. Otherwise, this is great. So the idea is you just print a lantern that fits this diameter, and you just take this and put it in, and you have an instant solar lantern. And I want to make, I have 3 of these, I think, or I know I got 2. I need to get 4 more because I have 6 posts, and I want to design a lantern specifically for these, and something nice, something that looks pretty, that I can get off them. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah. he wants to roughhouse with him, and the problem is Noel doesn't want to roughhouse. Ender's got him by like 3 pounds, so he's a bigger cat. So that, why does that keep sticking? Go away. So that is pretty nice. I like that. That's going to work out well. And I believe it's a nickel metal hydride battery inside there, which is good. I don't like the fact that it's an encapsulated solar panel. So every couple of years, you're going to have to take some polish and clean that up. I'm going to try spraying that with some UV clear coat and see if that helps. Because what happens is yellows over time. So that will be nice. That's going to be a project. What else? That's it for the immediate projects. The stuff that I want to work on right away. So now let's fix the shoes, because I want to print a shoe. Let's see here. Down. Shoes. Let's do the Crocs. Well, first I have to fix the STL file. So Croc shoes. Where's the STL files at? Where'd the STL files go? Did I leave them in the downloads folder? I might have. I guess let me switch to desktop view so you guys can see what I'm doing. That's the claw Crocs. And there's the regular Crocs. I hate when it does that. Yeah, I think I left them in here. Oh, they're the same size. Okay. Let's bring up Prusa Slicer. Let me find that link for that fire, so you guys can see that. Oh, you sent me this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that'll work. But I was just going to make a simple screwdriver handle and just permanently attach a magnet to it. That makes it simple too. Oh, screw Facebook. Why can't I go back? Why is there no back button? There's the back button. Why can't I go? You just erased my back? Fuck you, Facebook. Facebook somehow erased my history, so I couldn't go back from where I came from. That's bullshit. I think this is it. Yeah. So here's the story. Man, sometimes I hate the shit Facebook does. What is this? Where did this come from? I don't need that. I have no idea where that came from. Okay, let's see how Amazon's doing this week. Don't forget, we are now in April. So I did $120 last month, which is not great, but hey, you know, it is what it is. So we're now in April, so anything you buy on Amazon through my affiliate link as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. Required wording by Amazon, and you're going to get thumped. Leave him alone. Sorry, baby. I know he's a pest. If I hit $8,250 in revenue this month, not commission, you know, that'll be about $150 in commission depending on what's bought. But if I hit $8,250 in revenue this month, I'll get an extra $333 from Amazon. So yeah. What did I to give you a here we go. So to give you perspective, my shipped item revenue over the last 30 rolling days is $3,834. And I earned $117 from that. So if I can, at that point, I think I would get like a $150 bonus. So yeah, if I can hit $8,250 in revenue on Amazon, then I will get an extra bonus. So I'm gonna try. I found other good deals on Filament as well. Let me see if I have links to this. This should just take you to Amazon, yes. So if you go to Nerys.com, Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com, what I tell people to do is just take your Amazon link on your browser and just replace it with Nerys.com. And then all you have to do is click this link right here. So it's one extra click. Do not bookmark this link. You can bookmark Nerys.com, but do not bookmark this link. You're not allowed to do that. Well, you're allowed to do that, but I'm not allowed to tell you to do that. And it won't work if you do. I won't get anything. But all you do is click on Amazon shopping page, and it takes you direct to Amazon. That's it. And now anything you buy over the next 24 hours, I get a commission on. Unless you click on somebody else's affiliate link. Now, my affiliate, I should have a link to my shop. Here it is. So this is my shop page, and one of the categories is filament. And this is for you guys who need bulk filament. There's some surprisingly good deals. It looks like the sales are over, so I hope you guys got some of that. But like, here's this PLA-F for $14. It's supposed to be like a PLA ABS blend, or something like that. King Rune, $105 for 10 rolls. So you're paying $10.50 a kilogram, and you get a variety of colors. This is Sunlu. It's a little more expensive at $13.60 a kilogram, but it's Sunlu filament, which is good filament. Here's ABS, $10 a kilo. Elegoo, this was on sale for $40, now it's not. But $52, that's $12.50 a roll for Elegoo matte PLA. And then $3 and or like $9.50 a roll for Well Show, $11 a roll for Calm Growl, a little more for the Petchy Pro from Elegoo. That's $12.50 a roll, but you get colors. This one's less than 10 a kilo for Sunlu, and I think they have that in white as well. But yeah, there's I didn't realize that you can get Pet G this cheap. I was really surprised. So if you guys need a lot of Pet G, well, there you go. You can get it. Like here's some nice colors. 45. So that's what, $12.50? No, less than $12.50. That's $11.25, about $11.50 a roll for Sunlu colors. Really surprising. And I got to go through this list and clean it out. A lot of this stuff's not available anymore. Yeah, a lot of this stuff's just not available. I gotta go through here and clean all this out. Yeah, all this is not available. So every time I find a nice looking filament, I add it to this list. So I added all of these. So if you guys need ABS or PETG, there's the place to get it. And I also found out that Zyro makes a twinkling transition roll. Twinkling is their slightly transparent glitter filament, which I love. I didn't know they made a transition roll of it. That's awesome. Let's see. So there's the discs, and there's the magnets, and that's what I'm going to use to make these. I got to print one of these out and see how it prints. It should print better the one. Since there's less mess now, I've cleaned it up pretty good. The new pins. Big nozzle without the slices, little nozzle with the slices. You could probably print this one with a 0.42. It just won't be as rigid. It'll be a little more flexible because it'll be a vase mode print. So if you want rigidity, add this. And this has got ribs, so it stiffens it up a bit. So let's correct the file, since there's probably a whole bunch. Here's the left one. Oh no, it says no errors detected, one shell. Interesting. Let's see the algorithm anyway. Fixed by Windows repair algorithm. I have, if you go to Narice.com, so this will take you directly to Amazon's homepage. That's just a straight link to Amazon. That's an affiliate link. So what I tell people to do is I tell them to bookmark this. So take this, copy it, and then find your Amazon link, edit it, and change it to my address. Like that. And when you click on Amazon, it'll load this page, and all you have to do is click that. And that takes you right to Amazon. Now, if you go down here to my affiliate link page, I have to go through and make sure all this is current too. But up here I have my influencer page on Amazon. It's amazon.com/shop/Narice. Now, if you go to that page, I have different categories of stuff that I found on Amazon. ABS PETG nylon list, 3D printing parts list, 3D printers list. I have to update all this. Most of this is way out of date. Cooking goodies, today's 3D print stuff, UPS stuff, household stuff, project goodies. This is a list I create for Logan. Whenever he needs to find something, I find it for him and I stick it here for him. I don't get affiliate from it, but it just makes it easier for him to find it. But I do have this section called filament. And so if you guys need ABS and PETG, these are the best deals that I found for it. The big spring sale is over, but these are still great deals. Here's ABS for 10 a kilo. This is just over 10 a kilo, $106 for 10 kilograms. And Sunlu, you get 10 kilograms for a little bit more, but it's a better filament. Even the Elegoo matte is not a bad deal. That's $12.50. It's $13 a roll. Yeah, about $13.25 a roll for Elegoo matte PLA. And then the rest of these are PETG. Sunlu for less than 10 a kilo. Comgrau for just over. Welsho for just under. Elegoo PETG Pro for just over. It's $12.50 a kilo, but you get colors. This one is Tech Bears has colors as well. And so far I've been nothing but pleased with Tech Bear's PETG. It prints wonderfully. King Rune is I like King Rune filament too, but the white is not as good if you want to light it up from the inside. They use titanium oxide to create that opaque white, and that does not. It prints a little sloppier because of the titanium oxide, and it's not as translucent for making things glow. So if you want to light things up, use the Tech Bears. If you want that slightly lower quality print but nice harsh white opaque color, then use the King Rune. I don't know what the Comgrau is. I think the Comgrau is the same milk translucent that the Tech Bears is. I'm not sure about the Elegoo. I haven't printed with them. Yeah, otherwise I don't know. Here's some pastel colors, some bright colors at 11.50 a roll. Transition PETG. This company here makes Transition PETG. And the rest of this I need to update because this is all way out of date. I gotta delete all of this and start over. I love the marble. Oh man! But that's how you get to that. Nerys.com. Go down to my, down here to where it says my affiliate link page, and then Amazon page here. And I have affiliate links to everything else in here. Teespring, sign up. I get a credit. There's a Vista Print one, which I use to print my business cards and stuff. Affiliate link for Republic of Tea, eBay. I don't think the Walmart one works anymore. I know they're doing affiliate links again, so I got to see if I can get into that. But Gear Best, which nobody really uses anymore. Banggood, AliExpress. Here's my different Amazon affiliates for Canada, Germany, UK, and France. And this does not. I gotta get rid of that. I thought I deleted that. That PO box is no good. Do not use that PO box. They doubled the price of the PO box, so I had to cancel it. Yeah, so do not use that. I gotta go on and delete that later. Okay, so let's fix the shoe because I want to get that printing. So it corrected, no errors. Let's export and go to left and delete it. Let's double check the right. No errors in the algo anyway. Because something went wrong. The trick is to make sure it says one shell and no errors. And this is the right shoe. Let's check the claws as well. So this one is left. It says no errors, but let's clean it up anyway. These models are too expensive to print to take a chance. Come on. Sometime today. Boy, it's really chewing on that, isn't it? It is a 40 megabyte STL. That's pretty big as far as STLs go. I really gotta do that. I guess I need to move the camera over here, or move the screen over here, which I can't do, because your viewing angle of my face is a little weird when I'm looking up at the screen. Okay. So no errors, one shell. Export. Croc claw left. I'm curious. How It's doing something. Okay, right click, simplify. 852,000 triangles. That's a lot. Let's see what that looks like. I don't know about you, but I can't tell the difference. Now let's fix by Windows algorithm. Very choppy. That's because I'm running this. I'm pushing the CPU too hard. We'll probably have dropped frames. Yeah, see? We've dropped 200 frames as I'm pushing the CPU at 100%. Okay. That looks clean to me. Export. It's currently 42. And that chops it down to 8 megabytes. Yeah, we're doing that. I can't tell the difference. Greatly simplify the files. And it exposes a whole bunch of errors too. Okay, simplify. Apply. 8 open edges, 8 shells. They come, I believe, as a size 45 or 46, and he provides a scaling chart. I'll show you in a minute. Okay. Export. Let me finish correcting these really quick, and then I'll show you. Okay, that takes care of balls. 8 megabytes and 7 megabytes. I wonder why this one's smaller than this one. These should be a mirror image of each other. That's weird. There should not be a size. Now, do you guys know how to fix this? If you have something here, like if I click this, no problem. I can click that. Just what the hell? That was weird. But if I click something that's off the edge of the screen, like this one over here, watch what it does. It does that. It moves it. The problem is when I double click, the first click clicks it, and then it moves it, and then the second click clicks the next file, which moves it again. Is there any way to stop Windows from doing that? To stop shifting things when you do that? To stop doing that? It's so annoying. Oh, it's unbelievably annoying. What did I just grab? I grabbed the left one. So, we're currently at 14 megabytes. These are already simpler. And it simplified it again. And it looks fine. I don't see a detail loss. And 3 open edges and 3 shells. So this simplification also exposes a bunch of errors. Why did you turn on? Okay. Export. Crocs left. Okay. And that chops it down to 4 megabytes. So simplify. Yes. And then repair. This has no errors. Oh, because I already did this. But I won't do it anyway. I don't want to preview. Stop shifting the damn focus. Okay. I might as well do the slides too while I'm in here. the slides? Slide shoes. Let's get rid of all that extra crap. So this is the left one. No errors. Oh, he cleaned up his files. How big are they? 20 megabytes. Let's see. Simplify. From 400,000 to 110,000. That's almost a quarter the size. Still no errors, but I'm still going to run the algorithm. And then save. This is going to be the left one. We're almost done with the heavy work. $100,000 to 110,000. Run the algorithm again, just to be safe. I love that Prusa likes Clippy. You guys ever notice that? Prusa likes Clippy. There's just something cool about that. Okay, so all the shoes are now cleaned up. And yeah, that goes down to 5 megabytes. Okay. Boy, is that going to make a difference. So right now we are working on Crocs. Okay. And if you go to the page, I don't know if that's part of this. Yes, it is. So here he has a scaling chart. So let's see, 1.0 is 42. So I guess he's a size 42, whoever made this. And then these are your scaling factors to change size. So I went to 110% for 47, but I needed to go 112% for 48, maybe even a little larger. So I need to go another 2% larger. And definitely use a little bit of voodoo juice, the nanopolymer from Vision Miner, because you don't want one of these failing 20 hours in. But there you go, that's it. You just scale accordingly. If you're a size 35, you scale it to 82%. If you're a size 48 like me, you scale it to 112%. That's it. That's all it is. Now, I guess I should just start over. So let's bring this up. Yes and yes. Really? Okay. For some reason, this thing has a fetish for making the shoes right and left instead of left and right. And nothing I do seems to correct that. Like if I do this, it still insists on doing this. And even if I intentionally move the files this way, it doesn't really matter. It annoys me. So that's right. If I do this, it still puts them back. That's really fucking annoying. I mean, it's really annoying. I know how to tell you to fuck yourself, and that's by grouping them and then hitting center, and then ungrouping them. Screw you. Because that's really annoying. So reset all transforms. Of course it did that. 180. Center. And it swapped them again. Of course it did. Reset all transforms. 180. Oh, it's so annoying when it does that. Group, center, ungroup. So 112% is what I need to scale them to. I'm gonna do. Let's see. I did 110. They fit, but it was really tight. So let's do 114. 114. There. So that's what I'm going to scale them to for my foot. You would have to adjust that, which is pretty easy. And I was thinking about adjusting that, but that shoe actually fits so close to perfect, I don't think I need to adjust the width. Crocs are already pretty wide, but yes, what you do is just print a simple one, like use PLA, 2 walls, no infill. It's going to be crappy, but who cares? Just print it and then stick your foot in there. And then once you have the scaling right, then you know how to scale most other shoes. Well, at least these shoes, because they're all based on the same file. The claws and the slides are all based on the same original file, and so the scaling should all be the same. Okay. So now we need to ungroup these, and I'm going to change this to, actually, I can just delete. No, I don't want to do that, because I think I want to turn off top and bottom layers for certain parts of the print. So let's try going at 0.3. And we're going to go down to 2 perimeters. And then let's go to 0.3, 2 perimeters. Now let's change the infill to 10%. My gut tells me that's going to be plenty, especially because I'm using grid. Now, is there any possibility I could bring this into Tinkercad? I don't think so. Even the decimated file, I don't think is going to load into Tinkercad. Because what I really want to do is make the bottom thicker. Now, do I need to change anything else? I think I'm going to... Well, I don't need a brim. It held. It held fine with the nanopolymer. And while that stuff's expensive, printing a $20 pair of shoes is definitely worth the 50 cents in nanopolymer. Okay. All right. Now, is there anything else I need to change? I lowered the infill. Let's slice this and see what it looks like. Ooh, 15 hours. The perimeters and infill definitely lowers the print time. Okay, now, look okay in here? Because here's where it's screwed up. See, right there is where it screws up. When it bridges this, see how far the overhang is when it tries to bridge that? That's always going to mess up. Looks clean. I don't see any weirdness. No gaps. No strange lines. Okay. This is the only bad part. That's going to fail every time. It's never going to print clean. Not at 0.3. I'd have to go down to like 0.1 millimeters for that to print clean. Let's see just how ridiculously long that takes. And the other problem is with a 0.1 millimeter layer height, you have a higher probability of collisions. I could change to 0.1 millimeter for just this. Yeah, I only printed one. I didn't print two. Hang on, let me check this real quick. Jesus, come on. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's going to be a little choppy when I do this. Yeah, see, that's a much better overhang. But even at 0.1, the overhang is, look at that overhang. It's still pretty substantial. Because of the, just, it comes flat there. There's just not a whole lot you can do about that. I forgot to see how long that would take. I don't care. Also, I think I'm going to lower to 90%. 90% seems to, I think it would be better. Oh, I also want to change my retraction. It already is 2 millimeters. Good. I did correct that. Okay. Infill. 10%. No, I'm going to leave the infill for that 25%. Because that's the heel cup. And I want to make sure that heel cup prints properly. This part needs to be 10% and 90%. And let's lower the speed. Oh, I'm already at 40. 40 should be okay. Let's change this to 10. Speed 40 and 10. And then let's also make cooling is 100%. Good. Okay. Group that. Group that. Let's save the file. Okay. So you want to see the shoe. Alrighty. So for some reason, the file stopped right there. It just stopped. The printer froze in place right there. You can actually see the little dimple where it froze in place. And it just, the hot end turned off and the bed turned off. It just stopped. It didn't finish. It still said it was going on the screen, but it just stopped. Corrupt G-code? I don't know, but it otherwise printed perfectly. So just to make sure the rest would print, I printed the last bit, and there you go. A pair of rubber Crocs. So hopefully this will be gone now. I think that was a glitch in the model. I just ran the model through a bunch of corrections. My foot does fit just barely. It's a tight fit to get it in there. But it does fit mostly because this just doesn't give very much. So I'm cutting the infill to less than half. And I'm reducing the walls by 30%. Because I'm printing with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. That's like printing with 4 walls with a 0.4. And what I really need also is a slightly softer TPU. You know, one that's still rigid enough to feed through the printer, but slightly softer. So I'm also scaling it up to 114% instead of 110% because I need to wear socks with this. And that's it. So I'm now going to try again. I gotta see if I have another roll of TPU because I want to use the rest of that white, and I don't want to use the orange until I know it's going to work. But I guess I gave you close-ups, but you can see how absolutely beautifully it printed. Let me give you some. There it is. Look at that. I mean, absolutely beautiful print, except for this. I think that's an error in the model, which we should have just corrected. But yeah, that's all it attaches to the bed by right there. That's it. You could print these on a CR10 because you're printing them like this. You have to. Well, have your wife wear a pair of Crocs without socks one day. She'll be a convert too. You can't wear Crocs really without socks. I mean, your feet get sweaty, the inside of the shoe gets slimy, and you break your goddamn ankle when your foot goes inside the shoes. Yeah, you kind of have to wear. You know, if I'm just running outside, I don't bother putting socks on. But yeah, you kind of need to wear socks with Crocs. it's rubber shoes. Let's get the G code placed. Alright. We're going to do theoretically, you could print out socks with a really TPU, but it would be a stupidly expensive pair of very sweaty socks. Okay, it says it should only take 16 hours, and it should only use 400 grams of plastic, which is really good. Something else I would like to do, maybe you guys can help with this if you figure out where I can get it. What I would like to do is to put a hole in the bottom of the shoe. Cat squirrels. These are the shoes that I prefer to wear. Now it should be pretty easy for me to let me show you. Oh, I didn't even have it switched. It should be pretty easy for me to fill in the holes and everything on the Crocs. But the problem is, I want these. What the hell was that? Something just beeped. But, this is a separate material. If I could buy this material and then cut it to shape and glue it onto the bottom of these, I have the same durability as these have, as well as the same traction. But I have no idea what this is or where to get it or what. I don't know. I mean, Crocs probably makes this themselves, obviously, but I'm willing to bet you there's yeah, I don't know where the beep came from. I don't even know what I have in here that could make that beep. It sounded like an old watch or gadget, you know? And it sounded like it came from over here. I have no idea what that was. It's a bomb. Someone's trying to kill me. Ah! You know, a little quick glance of what happens when you don't wear socks. Yeah, they get real nasty. They get real nasty inside. Yeah, I'm eventually gonna make a pair of these too. I'm gonna, you know, fill in the holes and everything. But I also want to play with the giblets too, so I'm gonna print a pair with the holes. These are getting pretty old. They're getting pretty ratty. But yeah, if I can figure out a way to do this, or hell, print it myself. Use a soft TPU to print this part. And the problem is this stuff's actually pretty durable. So it's not that soft. But I don't know. Maybe find a stiff TPU that's grippy, and then use shoe glue to glue these to the bottom of the other shoes to make my own pair of this kind of clogs. No, well, yeah, that kind of a beep, yes, but that's a pretty distinguishable beep. It's a high-pitched piezo beep. It's more of a, I don't even know how to reproduce that sound. You know, instead of a beep, it's more of a beep. You know, it's a high-pitched, sharp tone, and it's usually very short, more like a beep, like that. That's usually good. You'll hear that when your fire alarm does that sharp little beep that it does. Let's see. So that looks like a good slice. Now something I might do. Let's go. Let's export it. Desktop. Shoes. Croc left. Okay. Now something I want to do is to move this shoe into the position as this shoe, so I don't have to spread nanopolymer over the entire bed. All I have do is put it in the same exact spot. That's all right. Nice. Oh man, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I want that Bondtech index so bad. Oh, that looks so good. Bondtech always makes good stuff. Those guys know what they're doing. They really know what they're doing. Yeah, I think that's a much better fill considering it's a planar nozzle. Yeah. Oh, it's so awesome looking. A single hot end, and you could put like 8 of them or 10 of them on a printer. Yeah. Oh man, I want that so bad. Mm. Control Z. Okay. Now I should be able to simply. Yep, finally. Finally, shoes. I've been so desperately wanting to print shoes so badly. All right, let's just use this same file since I already know this works. Let's go to Claw Crocs. Let's do them. Oh, I didn't switch again. I'm an idiot. Oh, and here's the shoe I printed. For some reason, it stopped right there. It didn't fall over. It didn't crash. It just stopped. I don't know why. It just stopped. So I printed the rest just to make sure it would actually print. And we just decimated and simplified the files. And I also need to make it a little bit bigger. My foot fits, but it's a little tight. And I can't wear socks, and I need to. So I'm going to go to 114% instead of 110%. But the print quality is just spectacular. I mean, it printed so nice. Look at that. No, the filament was fine. I advanced fine. The printer just halted. It just stopped with the hot end still sticking inside the part. It just, like it crashed. What I'm thinking is, oh, wait a minute. Haven't been able to get a single print without clogging. Found that the nozzle isn't flush with the heat block. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. And these are also rigid enough that I could fucking murder you with these. I could kill you with a pair of these. So I'm reducing the wall count to 2 instead of 3, and reducing the infill to 10% instead of 25%. I kind of went overboard with the rigidity because I'm so heavy, but I forgot that I'm also using a nozzle twice the size that he suggested. He did it with a 0.4. I'm doing it with a 0.8. So even with his same settings, it's still going to be twice as stiff because of the bigger nozzle. So that's also going to reduce the plastic usage down to 414 grams each, which is a big bonus. So yeah, we're gonna just try to print a pair and see what happens. See if I get lucky. See if it works. And hopefully this will be corrected now that we fixed the file. Because that is a pretty gnarly overhang right there. That's a gnarly overhang. The flexible PLA would probably work for something like this. In fact, PETG would probably work for something like this. The problem is you would slide. The friction coefficient between the PLA and what you're walking on would be a very serious problem. Even this is going to be pretty slippery. So I'm going to have to be careful. Walking on concrete or asphalt, no problem. But walking on a tiled floor, these are going to be pretty slippery. And so I do also need to get a soft... Although, this should improve as I walk on them. The surface finish should, the glossiness should go away as I walk on them more. So that should get better over time. But I love the idea that I can buy a sub $20 roll of TPU and print a pair of shoes. Yeah, it's been a dream of mine to print shoes. I just like the idea that I can print. Oh, I can fit that in there. I've just always wanted to be able to print shoes. And so now I feel confident enough that I can do that. So we're doing it. Alrighty, so here is these. Hey, those stayed left and right. Huh. Well, isn't that interesting? Actually, because of the way my blower is set up, it might actually be better to print in this orientation. I didn't think of that. Let's try it. Let's try it with this orientation and one set with the other orientation and see what works. Oh yeah, absolutely. You need to be careful with that. And ideally, you might want to what I would like to do is to do what I do with these shoes here. Well, I don't do it. What Crocs does with these shoes here. And maybe I can. Ooh, I didn't think of that. So, I still didn't switch the screen because I'm an idiot. So these are the clinical Crocs that I use. I forget what they're called, but they're not Baya. There's something else they're called. But first of all, no holes. Okay, no holes. And they have this, which makes a simply huge difference in how long shoes last, because this material wears out pretty fast. This material is much stiffer, but still soft. So, first of all, can I get some of this material, or print this material with a softer TPU, and then add that to the bottom of my Crocs? Or keep my old shoes, rip this off of it, and add it to my printed shoes. So, you know, if I could take this off, if I could somehow figure out a way of cutting or peeling this off, and then glue it with shoe glue to my printed clocks, that would give me longer life and also the proper traction. And something else that might help with traction is also see the way the surface is split up. The problem is that's hard for a printer to do. That's a lot of work for a printer to do. And I'm also gonna have both more and less problems with that. One, I'm gonna have less problems because I'm heavier, so my shoes are gonna push harder into whatever I'm standing on. But secondly, I'm gonna have a worse problem with it because when I do slip, I'm really gonna slip. So, definitely something to be careful with. But the primary solution is to use a softer TPU. The problem is it's not even so much that it's harder to print. With the right feeder unit, it's not that bad to print with. The problem is it's expensive. It goes from 20 bucks a kilo to $60 a kilo really freaking fast. You know, when you get the softer TPUs, there's not a huge demand for it. And so the supply demand ratio is just lopsided. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. Alright, so we're going to print the right one first. Oh yeah, I have to adjust these. So this one is going to be the left shoe. And this one is going to be the left shoe. This one's going to be the right shoe. And this one is going to be the right shoe. There. Now I have left and right. So this one we're going to print the right one first, because that's where I need it to be. So both of these need to scale to 114. There we go. 486 grams. Good, that's under half a kilo. So I'll be able to print 2. Okay. Here for this part to be thinner and this part to be thicker. This is where I need the thickness here. I don't need it here. Okay. Claws right. Successfully exported. Now what I do is I take this, I bring it over here like, not what I asked you to do. I really did not ask you to do that. I selected this. Oh, it doesn't select the file. That's annoying. I do that. This way I don't have to use as much of the Vision Minor nanopolymer. Because that stuff's really expensive. Well, that's the nature of dealing with a company that's 8,000 miles. You just gotta grin and bear it. It's very annoying, I know. I really should fill in those straps or use them. Yeah, good. Okay. Let's put claws left. Okay, then do that, put it back. File, save factory file as claws, shoes. Okay, now let's do it one more time for the slides. Slide shoes. These this way, which is good because the air will be blowing on this stuff. And these are also annoyingly backwards. For some reason, it really annoys me. And now you can stuff it. Okay, same thing, have to go in here. We're gonna do left. Left, right, I might print one of these instead of the crock because there might be enough filament left on there to do that, because these take a lot less plastic. Okay, there's the left. Let's see how much lead will. Oh, I didn't scale it. Okay. 114. Okay. Slices a lot faster. And that takes 350 grams. Good. Okay, export. Slide left. Let's export it, save it. Slide shoes factory. Now we select this one and we bring it over here. So we're using the same portion of the bed. That one, print. There, export, slide right. Okay. There, factory files are updated. G codes are updated. Close of this. I don't need this. Shoes. Let's get rid of this one. Okay. Let's switch to the memory card. Let's get rid of these. Claws, Crocs, gone. Slide, gone. Okay. We want this. That's 181 megabytes. I am showing you guys what I'm doing right. Yes. I don't need that anymore. Okay. Get rid of that. Eject the card. There we go. It's done. I don't know if there is 350 grams left on that roll. I doubt it. Nasty. Yuck. Oh, that's so nasty. I hate snot. It's so slimy. It's so freaking slimy. Okay. What else? I don't need Precise anymore. Save some CPU. Let's see. Yeah, his is for EU shoe size 42. I'm size 48, so I printed them closer to 49. Which should give me enough slack. He's doing 3 walls, which is 1.2 millimeter. I'm doing 2 walls, so slightly thicker. That's good. He does 20% infill. Nope, that's the mount. He does 15% infill. I'm doing 10%, but I'm doing grid. Now, is there a softer TPU available on Amazon? So, well, that was a phone that made that noise. That might have even been the tablet. So here's an 85A. That is softer. And here's an 83A. Okay, it's very expensive. Is it only available in black? Ugh. Yuck. Ew. I don't want black shoes. The Amelin is 95A, I know that. 95A, 95A. There's 90A. 750 grams, ouch. Likewise, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. I'm seeing if there is any softer TPU available. This is what I want to print with. Yeah, they have non-TPUs in here too. See, but the problem is it's 200 grams times 4, which I don't want. What I need is the single roll. I don't see that. That's just silk. TPU, transparent TPU, TPU. Yeah, don't want that. 95A. Here's 87A. There's an 85A. Colorful? Oh, that's the name of the company. Yeah, yuck. Black. Come on, I hate black. It's so boring. Now the D changes it. So like a 72D might actually be stiffer than a 95A or similar. I found that out yesterday when I did a Google search for that. So they both need to be A. Have you printed with Zyro Twinkling and Diamond PLA? That stuff is absolutely beautiful. That's an 89A. At least it's in a different color. These silky TPUs are nice. Print a pair of gold shoes. Whoa. 39D? How soft is that? Oh, it says 39D is similar to 95A. So why the difference? Oh, it's TPE. It'll be slightly softer than 95A. This is 89A, which is just slightly softer. Oh, this is flexible PLA. Oh. That would make a nice pair of shoes, these silky colors. Here's 75A. But man, 90 bucks a fucking kilo. I'm not printing a $90 pair of shoes. I don't have $90. And I'm certainly not printing a $90 pair of shoes and not in black. Four times longer stretch. What's that mean? 4 times longer than what? Oh, flexible PLA. Ninja Flex. Yeah, this is probably what I'm going to have to go with at some point if you want really soft. But it's just too expensive. I mean, this is 500 grams. That's 120 bucks a kilo. That's just too expensive. resin, 80A resin. That's nice soft resin. Now that might actually be usable. How much is this? That's a kilogram for $36. And you can get it in colors too. And 10% off, you're about 30 bucks. Now, where this might come in handy is for, and it won't use much resin. You'll be able to get a lot out of that. Where that might come in handy is for printing that. So it's 80A, so it's a lot softer. And because it's resin, it'll have no problem printing this pattern. You're basically just printing a flat surface with a bunch of little triangles on it. That would be pretty easy to model too. And I could just put in a hole, a cavity in the bottom of my model when I print it, and then glue this in when I print it with the resin. That might work. That, and I do have a resin printer large enough to do that. And it would be fast too, because there wouldn't be much to print. You're only going to be printing like 3 millimeters of material. Now, optimally would be a transparent. I don't see a transparent. Because transparent would allow you to, white might go fast too. But transparent would allow you to use thicker layer heights, print very fast. Okay, I'm going to save that. Let's add that to my found on Amazon list. Because that's soft enough that it would give you better grip at 80A. I'd like to go even softer. There's no reason not to. Soft, flexible resin. That's 66A. A lot more expensive. 80A. Doesn't say. Soriatec Tenacious, that's good stuff. But I think that's pretty stiff. 80A. Here's some more 60A, but it's more expensive. Rubber-like. What's the shore hardness? Telling me rubber-like doesn't tell me anything. Oof, that's expensive. 60 to 75A. Okay. Now you can actually make this a little bit softer by putting cavities in it. You know, making it slightly hollow, but that would be hard to do for something so small. Let's see. F80. I have no idea what F8 is. It's too expensive. It boggles my mind that they don't tell you what the hardness is. You kind of need that. That's 80A. Because you'd probably only need about 10 grams per shoe, so about 20 grams per shoe. Okay, so that might not actually be too bad. Where is that 66A? It's 83A. That might be worth playing with. 87 is a little... It's too expensive, yeah. For printing shoes, it's too expensive. Way too expensive. It's just not practical. Here it is, 66A. So this is the stuff I need to save. Oh, it's available in colors too. No, I have to use Flex. Oh, Oh, that's 2 kilograms. That ain't bad. 2 kilograms? That's only 25. That's $26 a kilo. That's not bad. Okay, well, let's do this. Compare 66A to 95A. Okay. So I'm right, it is softer. Okay. So that's practical. Theoretically, I could print bottoms. I didn't switch that? Oh, come on. I was looking at this, which was explaining the differences between 66A and 95A. And there's also this 83A TPE filament. What I need is I don't need to know how much, for this stuff I need to know what its grip is. How much grip does it have? I mean, that looks softer than TPU 95A and TPU 87A. With a delicate and soft touch and low. Well, see, I need high surface friction, not low surface friction. How can it be soft with a lower surface friction? That doesn't make sense. Huh. Even still, it's expensive, but it's within the realm of reasonable. Let's save that. Okay. This is the 66A resin. It's 2 kilograms of gray. So it's only 26 a kilo. I could use that to print those inserts on the bottom of the shoes if I could figure out how to do that. Now, let's see if I can find some more of that. TPE flexible. PLE filament. Especially because I don't want black. I'll even take white over black. Now that's just as hard as 95A. What I want is the 83A. Now the Stickeryeti's probably not too bad. Cheaper too. And available in colors. I see black and white. Finish loading. Very good. Now what's this? That's white, black, white. Well, they have clear. Hey, I'm okay with clear. Clear's fun. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with clear. Let's add that. Okay. And Stickeryeti is a good brand. And it says ideal for footwear. And clear is better than black and white. Okay, so 55D is similar to 95A. That's flexible PLA. I don't want to mess with that yet. No, that's 83A. Let's do a search for 83A. Let's see if there's any other 83As. Nope. Looks like they're the only ones. And the 85A. Okay, let's do a search for more 85A. Let's see if there's any other colors. So we have the Stickeryeti, E-Sun, but it's only available in black. This is 85A, but only available in black. Black. That's not TPU. Okay, they have it in white. Now we're getting up to 95A again. 90A, but it's only 750 grams. This says a 75A. Yeah, that's $90 a kilo. Screw that. Okay. What I really want though is flexible TPU transition. What? I don't need flexible. There's the silk. That G-Tech looks nice. This is what I want, but I need a kilogram. I know it's available. There's some. That's not too bad. That's rainbow candy, but that's a pretty harsh change. I prefer the transparent. It's more fun. Well, that's a pretty color. There we go. Yeah. Come on. It takes so long to load. What do you mean? I am showing. Oh yeah, that's an old message. But I am showing the screen. Old message. Old message. Oh, there's the Amelin. Not quite as colorful, but still nice. Any other colorful TPUs? That purple silky is really nice. That's even harder though, 98A. That's almost just PLA at that point. That's it, nothing colorful. Okay. Let's see what else. Thirsty. I love this cherry splash so much. Oh God, it's so good. And no sugar. Oh, that's good. Okay. What else? I can't think of anything else. I got a little over a month until the Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. So I got to figure out how I'm going to pay for it. I got to come up with, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 45, 90, 180, $225 for gasoline. Food, I'll bring my food with me, so that's not a problem. And I'm staying at my friend David's house, so hotel's not a problem. And so basically I need to come up with $225 for gas and $280 for car insurance. And I got a month to come up with that. My next Patreon payment's going directly to the electric bill, so I'm behind on that. They wanted to turn me off last week, but they gave me another week. And I'll have my Patreon payment in before that happens, so I'll be able to get caught up on the electric bill. I have a $327 electric bill. I'm giving up on stand-up wireless. They're a pain in the ass. It's the third time the company has changed names. So we're moving to Whoop Mobile. Because Whoop Mobile, it's the same $5 a month for unlimited talk and text, but you also get a little bit of data. Because Michelle, she has internet because she has Wi-Fi where she is, but because she doesn't have any cell data, she can't send or receive pictures. We have to do it through Messenger, which is really annoying. So I'm going to switch to Whoop Mobile. It's going to be like $7 a month. We're both going to be on Whoop Mobile. We'll port our numbers over. But the cool thing is you can pay for the whole year, and you don't get a discount in the price. It's $60 for the year, but they up your data from 256 megabytes to 768 megabytes, which is plenty for texting pictures. An interesting quirk I discovered. This phone has three. It has a triple slot tray in here, so there's a 3-slot tray. I think I could put 3 SIM cards in here, but this allows me to put 2 different SIM cards as well as my memory card. That's important. Most of the double SIM phones, you have 1 SIM card, and then the other slot you choose SIM or memory card, not both. And that's not acceptable because I need memory card. I have a 512 gigabyte memory card in here, and it's only got 40 gig free. I put all my audiobooks on here, movies on here, TV shows on here, anime on here, music on here. I put everything on here. Magazines, everything. And there's my kitty. There's the kitty. He's a good boy. So this allows me to use 2 different SIM cards. So if you guys are looking to penny pinch for cell phone service, there's a pretty interesting way to do it if your phone can take 2 SIM cards. Now, if you're like me, you use a lot of data, but you're usually on Wi-Fi, you probably don't use as much data as you think. You can actually check your phone will tell you if you have an Android phone, it'll tell you how much data you use every month. And I never, ever, almost never use more than about 3 gigabytes of data a month. Now, sometimes in the summertime when I'm traveling, I might use 4 or 5 gigabytes. But usually I'm on Wi-Fi. And the data intensive stuff like watching video, I'm usually on Wi-Fi. I mean, hell, even when you stop at McDonald's for lunch, just connect to McDonald's Wi-Fi. And so the reality is 5 gigs is plenty. T-Mobile has their own prepaid service. At least look like one? What does a gay person look like? I'm not gay. I'm asexual. I physically can't be gay. Like literally, it's neurologically impossible for me to be gay because I'm not sexually attracted to anyone. I don't want to have sex with women, and I don't want to have sex with men either. But okay, if you want to call me gay, go ahead. I don't give a shit. Whatever you want to do. I don't know why you think that. Isn't my shirt? I love this shirt, by the way. This shirt's great. Check it out. Don't worry, it's not my blood. Yeah, I love this shirt. It's great. So Connect by T-Mobile is their own prepaid service, and they have their base plan is $15 a month. That's unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigabytes of data. And it's $15 inclusive, meaning that includes taxes. That's a great deal. When Michelle gets out, that's what I'm putting her on. It's more than enough data, and it's unlimited talk and text. For now, however, I'm using 2 SIM cards. So I'm going to put a Whoop Mobile SIM card in here. That's going to give me unlimited talk and text and enough data for text messaging. And then I have my T-Mobile data-only SIM card in here, which is $15 a month, but you get a $5 discount if you use AutoPay. So it's $10 a month, and you get 30 gigabytes of data, and you just get deprioritized after 30 gigabytes. So now I have unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 30 gigabytes of 5G data deprioritized after that, only if there's congestion, for $17 a month. Actually, less, because I have 2 of those SIM cards. I have one for my phone and one for my tablet. And they also gave me a $5 multi-line discount. So I pay exactly $15 a month for 2 30 gigabyte data cards, plus the $5 talk and text card, but that's not all inclusive, so there's tax. It's like $7.37 a month. But if I pay by year, there's a lot less tax and recovery fee. It comes out to like $64 for the year with taxes, which is like $6 a month. So for $21 a month, I get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 30 gigabytes of data on my phone, and 30 gigabytes of data on my tablet. For $21 a month. Yes! Oh, hell yes! So that makes me... Oh, I see a survey from Google. Google survey, yes. Yes. Which of the following places have you visited? Herzog's, no. ABC Pizza, no. In Town Sweets, no. Skinny Pancake, no. White Swan Quality Cleaners, no. 10 cents. And it took me 10 seconds. So, Jocelyn Raberhona. Why do you think I'm gay? I don't care. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being gay, even though I'm not. But why do you think that? Come on. You're going to come in here and mouth off and say something like that. Speak up. I mean, my cat's here, so cat doesn't have your tongue. You're not going to say nothing? That much of a wuss? Yeah, usually trolls don't have any actual heart. They come in, they lob their pathetic little wannabe grenade, and then they run away and scurry off. How typical. Ooh, what? Ninja Tech TPU. Yeah, but Ninja Tech is so expensive. Oh my god, that's so expensive. Well, okay, if you're going to print a cool TPU project, fine. But if you want to actually print shoes that you're actually going to use, that's expensive. Not taggable. What's that mean? What's not taggable mean? Oh, so he came in, lobbed his little sissy snowflake grenade, and then left. So he's not even here anymore. How typical. Wow, lame. Oh Jesus. So you only at people who are currently in chat. So that's a way of telling if somebody's here. Cool. Oh, I got these two. The little Chinese firecrackers. I thought they were really cool. Yeah, that's why I called him Jocelyn. I figured that would annoy him. Although why a name would annoy people, I guess when they're insecure in their own self being. You know, it's very interesting. My one of the reasons that I had interesting encounters at our business in New Jersey was because my dad thought I was gay because I didn't have a girlfriend, and it turns out I'm even weirder than gay. Like gay would be normal compared to what I am. Like, you know, very 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 like 1% of the population is asexual, and I didn't even know that word until last year. It wasn't until about a year ago that I even knew what that word was. It just wasn't a priority to me to look into this stuff. And when we were curious about this stuff, there was no internet. We're talking, you know, late 90s at this point. And there was no internet, so you couldn't just Google, you know, what am I? You know, it's not that simple back then. And, you know, what did I have? I had GeoCities. No, not GeoCities. That was the website. Earthlink. That's right. After AOL, you know, of course, everybody got those AOL discs in the mail, and I realized how garbage AOL was. I found Earthlink, and that was our first internet provider outside of AOL. And, you know, just dial-up internet. I remember that's when we had to get a second phone line in the house because I'd be on the internet and someone would pick up the phone and I'd be like, hang up the damn phone! Because somebody would pick up the phone and mess up the internet because we didn't have cell phones. Cell phones didn't exist back then. You know, well, actually, I think they did, but they were stupid expensive. My dad's first cell phone, let me see if I can find a picture of it. There it is. My dad actually did have a cell phone, a lot like this. It literally, except his had two separate compartments. Like you couldn't see this part unless you opened that part. It was like in cloth, and so you'd open it and you'd pull this out. They called it a bag phone. You know, car phones back then were huge, and you would just reach into the bag and pull out this piece here. And you know, this is when you had to go to the dealership to get a mic installed to make using the phone easier. And but yeah, this is it probably wasn't this exact model, but it was this style. But yeah, we called it a bag phone, and this was your original cell phone. And he only used it when it was very very important. We still had a VoiceNet calling card, and we still used payphones because this phone, it was on Verizon, and it cost $2 a minute. There's no such thing as text messaging. That didn't exist yet. And it was $2 a minute to use the phone. And so it was only for emergencies or very important business calls or when he wanted to show off to somebody. Oh yeah, look, I got a car phone. Because that was a big deal back then to have a car phone. You know, wow, you have a car phone? You can make a call from your car? It wasn't called a cell phone. There was no such thing as a cell phone. It was called a car phone because it was entirely too large and it wasn't battery powered. You couldn't carry it with you. That was a couple years down the road yet. And so back then it wasn't called a cell phone. Well, technically cellular telephone I think was a word, but it was called a car phone. These were all called car phones because that's what they're for. You install them in the car. Eventually he got a hard mount in the center console, you know, in the hump in the middle between the seats, and it would actually mount in there and hardwire into the car. And it wasn't. We had eventually in early 2000s we had pagers, and we learned to send coded messages through pagers. Well, yeah, but that was mostly military though, or extraordinarily elite. these were the first things that regular consumers could conceivably afford to have. And that's funny. It was so new they didn't even know what it was. That's great. And we were so excited when we got our first pagers, and we never had the two-way pagers, too expensive. And we just had the simple, basic beeper, with the little screen on the end, and you could send a message, and then we had calling cards. So we'd get a pager message, and then we would stop at a payphone and use the calling card. And when I got my, I had one of those original. I was the one who played with this kind of stuff, but I had one of those original Radio Shack devices that you could program a long string of characters into, and it had a little speaker piece on it. And when you put your quarter into the payphone, you would then hold this up to the payphone, and it would go. You'd put enough pauses in to wait for the messages to play, and put in the account number, put in the password, put in the phone number you wanted to, and it would do all this for you. All you would do is just hold it up to the payphone and press the button, and it would do all the digits for you. Hey, DeWitt. I printed that shoe. I got to make it larger, another 3% larger, but it did fit. And too stiff, so I'm lightening up the infill, lightening up the walls, and for some reason it stopped right there. I don't know why. I just ran through and corrected all the errors in the file just in case, but I printed the rest of it just to make sure that it would actually print, and it printed fine. So now I'm going to try to print one of the slides because it uses 100 grams less plastic to make sure I got the size right. And once I make sure I have the size right, if I have enough plastic, which I should, I'll try to print another pair of these with the orange TPU. And but yeah, I'm excited about that. I'm finally gonna have a 3D printed pair of shoes. Yeah. We had a troll come in and you can say, "Hey, you finally admitted you're gay." I can't be gay. Okay, and then he left. Little troll, like whatever. Goodbye. Pussy. But what else did I do? The modifications to the Gridfinity. And when I get back, I still want to try to print one of these. I want to make an actual usable, printable one of these. There's no point. You could buy these for less than $6, and these are wonderful. These are available on Temu. These are incredible. They're all metal except for this very heavy-duty handle. And just be careful because it's easy to get your finger stuck in there, and also your finger can get stuck in here. It'll pinch it, but it's got these nice plastic coat for gripping stuff and also for gripping small stuff. So it's got the teeth that are rounded for gripping things like that, but it's also got the little fine tooth claws for grabbing stuff like that. And so this is really nice, and they have different lengths. This is the shortest one, and the other ones I have are longer, but you usually get them 2 for $12. I've seen them for as low as $5.80. These are great, but I want to print one just because it looks cool. That's because I can. And did you get the out of bounds sorted for the turtle box? Or is it turtle box or box turtle? I keep forgetting what it's called actually. Yeah, it's obvious what it is. What I was trying to explain in text, which is hard to do, is that I don't know anything about what you're doing, but I can kind of grasp where the problem's coming from. I think the problem is a software problem. You have 3 things that all have to interact. Hardware. Can the printhead physically go there? Well, we could see it go there, so yes, it can. Then you have software, but you have two software. You have the firmware of the printer, which I assume is the clipper, and then you have the firmware of the box itself. It has its own MCU, its own brainboard inside. So my guess is your box, via your config file, is telling it, go here, and the clipper firmware is saying, no, you're not allowed to go there. And so you either have to expand the clipper firmware's soft boundaries where it's allowed to go, or adjust the boundary position that your box turtle is saying command move to be within that boundary. So it sounds like you're hitting the soft boundary in your firmware. And of course, because the box turtle firmware doesn't actually talk to the clipper firmware, it just sends a command blindly, and then the clipper firmware says, out of bounds. Well, it's probably whatever line has that move command. You know, when it says go here to hit the cutter, wherever that thing is, either you need to expand that in the clipper firmware, but you also are probably going to want to have a out of bounds area in your slicer. So I believe there is a way to do that in the slicer, to tell it, okay, here's my print volume, but you can't use this space here, so that it doesn't attempt to slice in that space. Because the last thing you want is that little peg being sticking out and your print head printing something and going and ripping itself to pieces when it catches. Although, if you simply put that pin all the way in the corner, so that there's no way for the print head to get in front of the pin, then you would solve that problem. It would just crash into it and not be a problem. But beyond that, that's theoretical understanding. I have no practical understanding of what you're doing. I've never messed with firmware. Yeah, it's a limit error. Or stop telling it to go outside that limit. But you could probably just expand the limit, since clearly it's reaching. You know, it's reaching it. You know, it's doing what it needs to do. It's just throwing the error because it went out of bounds. So it'd probably be as simple as, well, I say simple without having any clue how to do it. But I assume there should be a way for you to tell the clipper firmware it's allowed to go that far. Yeah, you were getting tired. Yep, you could see it. When you get tired and stressed like that, that's a bad time to be doing diagnostics, because your brain's just not functioning correctly. That's when it's time to say, stop, put it down, come back later, because you're just going to mess it up. You were hungry and you were tired. Isn't that weird how we do that? I notice I do that too. When I get into something intricate and I start really concentrating, the tongue starts moving and coming out. Isn't that weird? I wonder what the reason is. It'd be interesting to talk to somebody who understands the biology of that and the psychology, because it's probably psychological too. We're probably doing it either for stimulation or for concentration. But yeah, that's weird. People are weird. Humans are weird. Oh, my kitty's all curled up. I love my kitty cat. He's such a good boy. Except when he sticks his claws into me. Oh! I had no pants on yesterday, just in my underwear. I was in bed, and the cat likes laying on top of me. Like, he'll actually crawl up on top of me and curl up on top of me. And he was laying on top of my thighs. And Noel did something, either knocked something over or caught a mouse, and that caught his attention. And so he engaged 4x4 mode. All 4 sets of claws came out, and he took off. while on top of my bearskin. That hurt. Oh. Very interesting. Yeah, because I guess we're moving our tongue around a lot, which is causing subconscious input. And by pinning it down, we stop that. Okay, that makes sense. I knew there had to be an explanation for it. I just didn't know it. You know what I would love to figure out? I would love to figure out a way to take these batteries. Actually, this one needs a dock. This doesn't have an actual plug. But I would love to figure out a way to put a USB-C port on these batteries to charge the battery inside using PPS, so that I can just say fuck all these goddamn individual, unique, proprietary battery chargers and just plug a USB-C cable into it. I gotta figure something out for that, because that's really annoying, because I have no idea where the charger is for this. I mean, it's got plenty of power because of how little I use it, so it'll probably go for months before it needs a charge, but when it does finally need a charge, I don't have a way of charging it. Now, it's just an 18-20 volt battery, so I should be able to use like any charger and just, hot jumper cable it to the charger, and it should charge fine. But it's annoying. Oh man, what are you gonna do? Hey, I got 2 cool shirts coming in. You guys are gonna love this. I finally got my Hiss shirt. I've been wanting a Hiss shirt for so long. Oh, taking forever to load again. I hate when it takes forever. It's like... Hell yeah. Send me an email and I'll send you my address. I'll play with that. I don't know if I have a printer that'll print it, but my Chiron might. It's got a captive hot end. Shit, that'd be awesome. Let's see. Let's duplicate the tab again. Click on this one. Let's duplicate the tab again. Because I want to click on this one. And I want to click on this one. Cool. Ooh, they have a big one. What's the details on it? You said it was everyone. ERYONE Kickstarter. Go on, just do as you're told. Stop arguing with me. Are you talking about the X400? Oh, the Wonder Maker tool changer would have been awesome. Yeah, are you talking about the X400, the 400mm cubed? Yeah, that looks nice. And the 400mm key. It needs a 400mm tall build frame because CR10s were 334s. And so a lot of files out there are designed for 334s. And all these printers that have slightly less than 400, well, you can't print those goddamn files, which is really annoying. It's mind-boggling how long it takes a page to load. $2K Canadian. So what's that? 1,500 US. Wow, that's a lot. But it's like a bamboo, but large. Go away. Pest. So check this out. So first of all, I got my rubber ducky shirts. I got the yellow one. I got the yellow one with sunglasses, and I got the black one. And now I finally got the green one and the pink one. So I have all the rubber ducky shirts coming in. And then I also got my Hiss shirt. Finally got my Hiss shirt. And I got it for stupid cheap. What did I get it for? $6. I got it for $6. So I finally got my Hiss shirt. I've been wanting this for so long. It's just every time I have the money to get it, it's out of stock in the 9X, and I need the 9X. That's about a 4.5X US. And then I also got this one. Stop loading that. It's an alien shirt, but it's got the cat. I love it. Absolutely love it. The fact that I can get these kind of cool shirts in my size, I love that so much. This is the shirt I'm wearing now. Looks like it's got blood all over it. It says, "Don't worry, it's not my blood." I love it. $6. My size cost $6, $10. But is your email leaks? 3D printing at Nerys.com. It's on my website, Nerys.com. But you can just send me an email to 3D printing at Nerys.com. Enter. There we go. You can just go there. And don't forget to use my Amazon affiliate links this month. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. Because if I hit $82.50 in revenue this month, Amazon will give me a $330 bonus on top of whatever commissions I make. So, yeah, I need that money. I won't get it until June because there's a 3-month delay, there's a 90-day delay. So whatever money I make in April, I get June. And but still, I could use that. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Let's look at the X400. Come on. X400. Let's see. Here it is. Let's look at the X400. There it is. Fully enclosed. High speed. And 400 millimeter cubed build volume. I don't see any multicolor prints though, so a single color printer. Multi-material compatible, so I guess that's something they're going to come out with later. Wow, it's 2,000 US and 2,000 Canadian, so you guys actually get a better deal in Canada. Because 2,000 US is a lot more than 2,000 Canadian. It ain't $12.99. You can add an active heater. Oh, an early bird. Good. I'm glad they're using an auto-sensing power supply. They should all be doing that now. That's a good idea too. Built-in Wi-Fi. Air filter will be molded. So it looks like they're taking all the advice that people are giving them and they're making corrections. This is good. This is what we want to see. 120C bed temp, it's okay. It's not great. I mean, my Ender 3 could reach 120C. Original Ender 3, not all these newfangled V2, V3 BS. Did he actually fit in there? No shit. He's probably breaking that bed. They didn't send me one. Oh, that's Loyal Moses? Oh, yeah. Very cool. Open chamber, fully enclosed, 500 millimeters per second with smooth surfaces. All metal frame, good. What they need to do is make sure there's no plastic in these things so that there's no fire hazard. If there's no plastic, there's nothing to burn. Oh, they're stackable. Now that's cool. What I like is the 400 millimeter cube. That's how they're doing it. They make the machine much taller than it needs to be so that you can stack it. Okay. That's a great print, by the way. $10K for acceleration. 35 cubic or 35. What? Oh. That doesn't make any sense. Flow rate isn't square millimeters, it's cubic millimeters. Is that just a mistake? Did they accidentally put that as, Yeah, okay. It's a mistake. They just accidentally made that a 2. The problem is there's no plastic that can do 35 cubic millimeters a second. Except maybe ABS. ABS can go pretty fast. But is there any plastic that can actually do 35 cubic millimeters a second? I thought 21 was the fastest that CNC Kitchen was able to achieve. That, you know, even though the printer can go that fast, the actual plastic itself can't go that fast. This thing can do 0.04 layers, and it can do bigger than 0.32. Although that's probably with the stock 0.4 nozzle. I do like the more refined hot end that looks a lot more compact than most of the hot ends we're seeing. Extruded with physical contact. Yeah, I know. Quick release is really nice. The problem is it's expensive. Although, as much as I complain about things like the Revo being expensive, the reality is, if you have a lot of printers, most of them, you're going to figure out what nozzle you want in that printer and you're never going to change it. So the reality is, the printers that are going to have like a Revo hot end, it's going to be like 1 or 2. the printer you're going to dick around with and be changing the size with. But most of the time, you're probably not going to change the size. Huh. That's cool if it's reliable. They really need to be going bigger than 5 inches. 5 inches is a little small for all the information we have on these screens. 7 inches seems like an ideal size, but 5 inches is still pretty big. This is what I want to play with. ABS and ASA glass fiber. But it's still so expensive. $50 to $60 dB is pretty good. And this is also a big deal too. Management software, if they actually do it well. If you're going to have a bunch of these, that's actually a pretty big deal. That's actually impressive, no matter what you're printing on. Being able to print something like that's impressive. Send me one, everyone, and I'll print a rocket. $300C on the hot end's good. 120C on the bed's not bad. Well, considering the hot end limitation, 120C on the bed's plenty. You're really not going to need to go higher than that. At least it's a capacitive touchscreen. That's good. Because resistive touchscreens are a pain in the ass. Okay. Oh, I see. Limited VIP price, early bird, and Kickstarter. That's not bad. $2,600 for 2? Wow. That's better than the early bird. That's $1,250 a pop. $1,300 a pop. Wow. I mean, if you have the money to buy 2, that's really not bad, considering what it's capable of. Now, is that any further of a discount, or is that just the same? Let's see. 6,945 divided by 5. That's actually more money. It's actually cheaper to get the 2 unit. Because this is $12.99 each, while this is $13.89 each. So the times 5 actually costs more. It actually costs a lot more. It costs $90 more per machine. That's $450 extra versus getting this 3 times. They do that a lot. They do weird math like that. .2 all the way to 1 millimeter. Good. They didn't stop at 0.8 millimeter. That's good. It's only $23 for an active heater. Ooh, it's an orange printer. It figures I would like it just because it's orange. Well, that's like saying they're all Prusas and they're all rep wraps, and that's not really fair. You know, that's the nature of this stuff. Everybody builds on everything else everybody else did. So, yeah, of course it's basically a Voron. What else would it be? You know, that's what it is. It's basically a Voron. Except it's a 400 millimeter cube Voron that's mostly assembled. That's all refined. That's, you know, it's not a bag of parts kind of thing that you have to figure out yourself. They did all the work for you. And for probably a lower price. I mean, I doubt you could build one of these for $1,300. You know, buying the materials individually, I doubt you could do that for $1,300. So not bad, not bad. And what was the other one? Wonder Maker. Just of course remember, when you buy on Kickstarter, you are not buying a printer. You are giving money to a company to fund it. There is now everyone is an established, you know, trusted company, so they're gonna send the printer. And but there always is that chance that they could fail. You're basically becoming an investor, and sometimes your investments fail. So don't forget that. This is what I want. I can't have it, but I want it. I want a tool changer so bad. Look at that. It's only a 4-head though. I wonder why they didn't just go with 5. And then see, here's the other one. It's 300 by 240 by 290. Weird build volume. They should have just made it a little bit bigger. Although, with a tool changer, you don't have the poop waste. You don't have all the waste. I agree. Everyone is trustworthy. You know, if any Cubic or Everyone or Creality or you know, any of the other big companies puts out a Kickstarter, you got to realize that people say, well, Kickstarter is supposed to be used to kickstart a project. No, that's what the name says, but that's not how it's used. Kickstarter is more a marketing platform than anything else. It gains attention, the news notices, you know, publications notice, stuff like that. Now, how much is the 4 tool head one? So this is 1 tool head. So $700 for a tool head with 4? Damn it! I wish I had $700. That's incredible. I told you, as soon as the Chinese manufacturers start making these things, you're going to see the prices come down dramatically. And here we are. $700 for a 4-head tool changer. Jesus. That does not include shipping, though, or tax. So what's this one here? Wait a minute, you get 2 of the printers for that price? It's a single tool head, but still. Oh, this is a single and a 1. Okay, here's the double pack of the 4 tool heads. Still, $624 each. Whew. That's incredible. And they're making a profit on that. That's mind-blowing. Jeez. $300, $100 as well. I want that Aliarchi Alcamon printer. That thing looks... yeah, I want to play with that. This company is a little riskier because they're not established. We don't know who they are. Okay, so it's probably the same printer, and the loss in build volume is because of the tool changing. Interesting. 35 hours is actually pretty impressive for that print. Because that's a long print. I think that's Hogwarts. That's a long time for this print. Oh, they're showing the difference between the single tool head with 4 color inputs versus with the tool head, and you don't need to do the color change. Wow. That's actually, so 15 hours. That's freaking huge. You save 15 hours. And this, Jesus, that's a lot. But why does this take 18 hours? That's not a very large print. Well, I guess it is actually pretty large. 140 by 130 says. Well, that's 6 by 5 by 8 inches. So I guess that is pretty big. Even still, 500 with no limit, and this one is 700 no limit. That's insanely cheap. That means they are completely profitable at $6.99, which is mind blowing. Wow. It really is amazing the differences in economy of scale. But why do they only go to point? Well, 0.8 really is enough for most people. There's only very few things where you need a 1mm nozzle. Otherwise, you're just burning plastic. Why can't you ship to Alaska and Hawaii? That doesn't make any sense. Why can't you ship to Puerto Rico? Not bad. So as long as it actually gets produced, not bad. But it's not going to ship until August. So it's a risk. This one's everyone is a safe bet. This one's a risk. Will this ship? Probably. I give this one a high probability that it will ship. But I have no idea who Wondermaker is. There's just, we'll have to see what happens. You take that risk. And then I want to see that Bondtech INDX. This is what I'm interested in. Oh man, I want this so bad. This is your module for each filament. It's just this. All the actual electrical parts are in here. So it's a tool head changer that only has one tool head. And so you can call it a modular tool head changer. Where you have a slug for each filament. And instead of having a complete separate tool head, you have a mobile tool head that can interface with this slug. This is awesome. I want this so bad. Oh, see how it fits inside there? Not only does this dramatically simplify the whole thing, but this becomes more complex, way more complex. But this part here becomes much simpler, but also you can have far more tools. They probably show it here somewhere. Oh, they're not? Well, there's a video. We can just play that.
Empower your Filament 3D printer.
See? Look at this. Was there 8 of them or 10 of them there?
Fast procedures,
Look at that.
and contactless tools. Near zero waste. Cost effective. Self-adjusting dual drive technology for different colors and materials.
This is what I want. This would be my dream printer. A 400 millimeter cube build vibe. Actually better, 450 by 450 by 500 with this and 10 tool heads. I want it so bad. You know, think Anycubic Cobra Max 2. No, the Prusa uses a full-on tool head like the Wonder Maker. So, a tool changer, yes. So the way the, what's a good way of showing this? Think of it this way. Think of this as being a tool head. The Prusa XL, the whole thing is a tool head. And so you have to swap the entire tool head. Each of those tool heads has a Bowden tube running to it, a heater running to it, a thermistor running to it, a stepper motor in it, a hot end, a feeder, the whole entire shebang times 5. The index from Bondtech says, okay, well, let's just take this module with the Bowden tube and separate it from the actual tool head. So this tool head contains the drive gears, the heater, the thermistor. It contains everything that the hot end contains is here, except for just a little bit of tube with the filament. And so now, instead of having 5 entire tool heads, the index has 1 tool head and a module that has the filament. And so now, instead of swapping the whole thing, all it does is swap this little cap part with another little cap part. And that, well, first of all, that's going to dramatically reduce the cost. Oh boy, is that going to dramatically reduce the cost. And it's also going to reduce the number of components. It's going to, you don't need the, you notice the Wonder Maker, the ZR Ultra has a 400 watt or a 600 watt power supply. That's because the single head only has 1 heater to heat up and 1 stepper motor to drive, while the 4 4 heaters, 4 steppers, 4 thermistors. And so it needs the extra 200 watts to run all of that. And so not only that, it takes up 1/3 the amount of space. So now you can fit more of them. You can put, 5, 8, 10, 12 of those modules on your printer, and your mobile tool head will go and pick up whichever module it needs. And that's huge. That's just Bondtech, do you need me to eat somebody? I'll eat somebody to get one. But the index is, that's where it's going to go. You're going to see all these multicolor machines just go by the wayside, and some equivalent of that index system is going to take over because it just makes sense. It's the same technology. It's the same alignment. Your tool head has to be able to grab a hold of the module it needs. That's huge. Now the trick is, can they do it with sufficient tightness of tolerances to be able to handle oddball filaments? It's not the end of the world. There's not too many cases where you need to mix a TPU with a regular print, but I can see a use for multi-TPU material prints, where you might have 3 or 4 different sure hardness plastics in your printer, and you make a flexible print. Hell yeah. For a machine that can do 8 different tool heads like that, or 10 different tool heads. Who do you want eating? But my dream machine at this point would probably be something like the Cobra Max 2 with an index system. You know, a 450 by 450 by 500 millimeter build volume with 8 different tool heads. Yes, please. Yes. But that would be a very expensive machine. A Core XY machine with a 450, 450, 500 build volume. Yeah, that'd be expensive. Sometimes. Depends. Sometimes I eat the bones too. Well, that's the problem though. Self-adjusting means tolerance. And if there's a gap where TPU can squeeze through, it will. You have a 1 millimeter gap somewhere, Ninja Flex will find a way, and it will come out that 1 millimeter gap. Yes, it will. I actually like Elon Musk. He just needs to not be in politics. He just needs to not be in government. He needs to stay in his lane and play with the cars and the rockets. Okay? Just do the cars, do the rockets, leave the government shit alone. Okay? Just real quick on that. We're not going to go to politics, but real quick on that. We found a whole bunch of loans going to 11-year-olds. Yes. The Social Security Administration is sending checks to 11-year-olds. It's called Their Parents Died. So the kids get the Social Security until they grow up. That's supposed to be there. Because the kids' parents are dead. It's like, come on. This is what happens when programmers think they know what they're doing in government. You don't. Oh my god. It's like, oh. Did you hear about Intel? What did they have? What did Intel do? I need more information than Intel. I don't think anything's going to come up if I just search Intel. Simplify your AI journey. You talk about Intel AI? Is that what you're talking about? What? Well, there goes Intel. Oh, that's the XAI thing he was talking about. Well, isn't that interesting? Did it actually happen, or was that an April 1st thing? Well, it says 2 days ago, which would have been before April 1st. So it. It kind of makes sense. I mean, most of SpaceX and Tesla's problems are computational. So it kind of makes sense at some point he would buy a processor maker. That's probably why he was able to buy them. Here's that story. Yeah, it looks like it's legit. Oh, you already posted. I'm sorry. I didn't need to post that. Yeah, that actually, if you think about it, that logically makes sense. I mean, he would dramatically reduce his costs in the long run. Well, yeah, of course. You know, a lot of this crap is crazy, but this looks legit. This looks like it's something he actually did. Oh, wait a minute. It says published April 1st. So, who knows if that's actually legit. Well, this 2 months ago, this has been an ongoing thing. Who knows? It logically, it does make sense if he can get it for the right price. It does make sense for him to own a chip manufacturer. It would actually be beneficial if he can get the right price. And of course, you guys didn't see any of that because I didn't switch over because I. But at least I gave you a link. Well, Big Bad Joe already gave you a link. Nasty. Yeah. What was I gonna say? So logically, that makes sense. As the company gets bigger and bigger, doing this kind of stuff, they're gonna need it. I just wish he'd get out of government. Just this Doge team thing needs to go away. You want to fix things? Re-implement a 90% top-tier tax rate. Re-implement anti-collusion, anti-corruption, and anti-conglomeration laws. Start breaking up these mega corporations again. Force them to start reinvesting in the country, their people, and their employees. Rather than just hoarding all the money, which is exactly what they're doing. Fix minimum wage. And make minimum wage dynamic. So if you raise minimum wage and then companies raise their prices 10%, then you raise minimum wage 10% automatically. And you keep doing it. Eventually, we're either going to get to a point where they realize they're either going to be paying people $100 an hour because of inflation, or they just have to eat some of the cost and play fair. And the only way you can do that is with minimum wage. You have to keep raising it until you force them to play fair. Raising minimum wage will also force credit card companies to play fair. Credit card interest rates are too ridiculous. Okay, jack up minimum wage 10%. Well, now my credit card balance doesn't go up 10%. I can now take that extra 10% income and put it toward a credit card. This is what government is for. That's the purpose of the government. The government's the only entity with a stick big enough to go against these corporations. Individuals can't do it. Even individual groups can't do it. I mean, hey, let's not buy anything on March 28th. We'll just buy everything we need the day before or the day after, as if the retailers are going to give a shit. I mean, come on. What are you going to do? We need to bring down housing costs. I know how to do that. It's actually not even that difficult. It'd be childishly easy. You start off using containers because they're available cheap. You start off near port towns where you can get the containers cheap. and you build cookie cutter houses out of containers in low humidity or low winter pressure states. Basically south of the 38th parallel, whatever. The southern states where the winters aren't too bad. And it would be childishly easy for the government to put together a program, which would create a phenomenal number of jobs, by the way, and make houses that are 600 square feet, that are cookie cutter, mass produced on a quarter acre or half acre of land, and $30,000 a pop. That's not hard to do. That's not hard to do at all. And the solution to the buying problem is you make it illegal for anybody but a live-in resident to buy it. If they find people buying it who aren't living in it, you literally use eminent domain and you confiscate the home. You take it from them and you sell it to someone else. You say illegal for anybody to buy it but someone who is going to live in it. Buy in, live in. That's it. No vacation homes, no investment properties, no corporations and stock companies buying them up. Only people who are actually going to live in them can buy them. And you say, well, it's a 600 square foot shithole versus the 400 square foot shithole you're renting from a landlord now? Shut the fuck up and use your brain. Okay? They're going to own it. And then you charge 10% interest actual. No, I'll probably never be able to get Vine again. That's very, very unlikely that they would ever let me in that program again. Apparently their reason for letting me go was for violating the terms of the service. I have no idea what term I violated. They won't tell me. So there's basically nothing that I can do. Probably not a bad thing. It was getting out of control. The Vine was really getting out of control. I mean, I was allowed to order 8 things a day, and I did. Every day. I would go to the trash dump with a trailer full of cardboard. I still have stuff that I haven't done much more than use initially to review, and then I've put it aside. And it was getting out of control. I have a hoarder personality. I tend to like collecting junk, and that was dangerous. I mean, it helped. It allowed me to survive on a very low income because I didn't have to buy anything. Hell, I even got toilet paper from there. I got trash bags from Vine. I mean, everything. You name it. There's always, a lot of people are looking for the TVs and the laptops and stuff like that. And yeah, sure, I am happy I got those TVs. They're very nice. But my real bread and butter on Vine was the scientific and hardware section. Buying containers of screws and nuts and bolts and getting garden flags and solar lights and rolls of tape and rolls of bags and rolls of toilet paper and paper towels and all that stuff that you use every day. I had tabs and tabs and tabs of stuff open that after I picked 4 or 5 nice things, and then when it got close to midnight and there was nothing else to pick, I'd go to my tab and say, okay, I'll take this M2 screws, I'll take these trash bags, I'll take these. I got like 16 Rubbermaid style trash cans. I was buying genuinely useful stuff. And stuff that even if I didn't need it now, I know it's the kind of stuff you do need. And I realized I got pissed off one day because I don't have a daytime pick, but like I said, after my stream today, I got to go over to my neighbor's house. It'll be daylight. I will get some video and pictures during the day. It's small right now. There's only like a dozen things out there, but now it's getting cold this week. It's going to be 30 to 35 this week, but next week it'll be back up into the 60s. And I got to put more holes in the ground and put more mounts in the ground because I can't just stick them in the ground. My ground's too hard. Certain spots are soft, like where the gophers made holes, but I'll post a little short daytime video of the solar garden later tonight. And yeah, I mean, think about out here in New Mexico. It would not be hard to expand. You use government funding to build infrastructure. That means you lay down the roads, you lay down the water, the electric, You use government funding for that. And then you build these modular homes that you drop into place. And in an environment like this, you cookie cutter everything. Every house will have the exact same sink and countertop. Every single house will have the exact same heat pump. Exact same light fixtures, exact same outlets, exact same layout. Everything will be identical. Same microwave. Everything will be the same. And this way you could mass produce them by the thousands. I mean, you can already buy a 12,000 BTU, negative 13 Fahrenheit compatible heat pump for $400. Imagine how much cheaper it would be if we mass produced them. Like we made tens of thousands of the exact same unit. Hell, you wouldn't even have to mass produce it. Just go to that company who's selling them for $400. How much if I buy 20,000 of them? You'll probably get them for $250. Okay, you do that. You know, you figure you become the Volkswagen of houses. The original concept of Volkswagen was the people's car. It was made to be this very simple, very easy and cheap to produce vehicle that you could crank them out like cookies. We do the same thing with houses. And then you make it illegal for anybody to buy these houses unless you're going to live in it full time. Not quite practical yet. Some stuff, yes, but plastic has issues with, especially when you get that large. But eventually you'd stop using shipping containers and you'd start just prefabbing these things. You'd factory line it like Ford did. You can have any color you want as long as it's black. Except in this case, they'd all be white, because white would reflect sunlight. It would prevent it from getting too hot. But eventually, as the mass production cranked up, you could start doing it in colder climates, because, you know, heating is an issue. So, you know, you do it in the south, then all you need is a heat pump. But every house would be like 600 square feet, 2 modules, 2 40-foot modules. You put a carport on 2 sides, so you have a place to park the car and a place to have a porch. When I'm physically capable of getting another job, yes. Right now, I'm not physically capable of standing and running around for an 8-hour shift, so no one will hire me. And I haven't been able to find a job where I can sit down. The only job I'm physically compatible with right now would be like delivery driver for Domino's. The problem is that's a negative income job here. You don't make money, you lose money. You're going to destroy your car. It's just simple as that. I can't use the electric car. We don't have one. We have a small library that's volunteer run, but we don't have a paid job at a library here. Just a little town library, that's it. It's built into the municipal office. That's one thing I've been looking for, is a municipal job. You know, work for the city. I live a little rural town. There's like 4,500 people here. It's like 10,000, but that's including all the annexed areas around us. You know, actual Edgewood's like 4,500 people. It's a little tiny town. I can't go to Albuquerque. It's too expensive. If my electric car wasn't broken, I could. But right now, the electric car can make it to Albuquerque, but it can't make it back from Albuquerque. I can't climb the mountain without the battery cutting off, even with a full charge. So there's just, I can't do that. Nissan won't warranty the battery. Nothing I can do about it. I can't sue them. And so I can only go about 30 miles. I could drive about 30 miles. And round trip. Total of 30 miles. And that's on level ground. Even going to Moriarty and back, which is only 11 miles away, I have to be careful, because the elevation change on the way back. Oh yeah, over my dead body. I wouldn't do that under principle alone. Fuck them people. But Edgewood, New Mexico? A car chase? I didn't see anything about that. or other Edgewood. Oh, they ran from Albuquerque to Edgewood. Street racers. Oh, Jesus. Carjacking suspect, too. Yeah, it was. Right here. September 30th. Oh, this is a long time ago. September 30th. This is last year. So this was 7 months ago, 8 months ago. Idiots. Apparently it's an Albuquerque thing, and when they ran out of the city, there's only two places to go, 25 or 40. I guess they chose 40 because it's faster. There's a lot of construction on 25, and they ended up going out past Edgewood. Oh, idiots. What are you going to do? Some people just not enough else. But Congress could loan money directly for buying these houses, say 10% interest, but not 10% APR interest. 10% interest actual. So that means $3,000 in interest. That's it. That's $33,000 to buy a house. Now let me show you how ridiculous this can be. $33,000, okay, divided by 5, $6,600, divided by 12, $550. So your mortgage payment from the U.S. Congress would be $550 a month, and that would include interest. That's a third of what rent costs. And you would own it in 5 years. Not 30 years. 5 years. Paid off in 5 years. That is completely doable. We absolutely could do that. Oh, cars are ridiculous today. Oh, God. They're insane. You know, look at pickup trucks. They start at $60,000. Give me a break. Oh, my God, that's insane. It's to the point where it's almost cheaper to buy a new car than a used car, because you can still get a $12,000 or $13,000 new car. It's price gouging. They know the end is coming. They know eventually the government is going to have no choice but to increase minimum wage, or the country's going to fail. And so they're price gouging now in anticipation of that. People say, well, they're just going to automate. Let them. And then you tax them for automating. I wonder what it is going to be like in 30 years. So do I. I won't be alive in 30 years. The likelihood of me living 30 years is very, very low. I mean, if I can lose this weight, I can live 30 years. I mean, my family is long lived. But the likelihood of me making it to 80 in this condition? Nah. 10 if I'm lucky. 10 if I'm lucky. But, yeah, you know, just, I don't know. We could fix these problems, we just don't want to. Because it's more profitable not to fix the problem. You know? A lot of my family tends to live to close to 100. You know, my grandma and grandpa, they both lived to 95 and 98. My great-grandmama and great-grandpa lived in 97 and 101. So, you know, we do have a long-lived family. But they also weren't 400 pounds. Fact of life. What are you going to do? I mean, I could if I get rid of the weight. If I get rid of enough of the weight. If I get rid of the weight before my body falls apart more, then I'll be good. I was able to walk over to my neighbor's house and back. I finally did that. So that's fantastic. I was able to make it there and back. And my goal is there's a community center at the end of my road. It's exactly 1/2 mile away. So that's, 2,600 feet. My goal is sometime this summer I want to get into enough shape where I can walk to the community center. Do an activity there and then walk back. And, oh, I don't. I'm not. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep trying. But, each day the probability gets lower and lower. And I have to recognize that fact. And I have to prepare for that fact as best I can. If you just, there's a difference between giving up and ignoring it. If you ignore it, it's going to bite you in the ass. So I'm not giving up, but I'm also not ignoring the reality of it. Losing weight is difficult. It's not easy. You get these people who, well, I got rid of 20 pounds, no problem. Dude, pretty much all of you, if I lost an entire one of you, I'd still be overweight. I'm 460 pounds. If I lost 200 pounds, I'm still 260. Oh yeah, great idea. If I lose 200 pounds, if I lose 100 pounds, I'm still 360 pounds. I lose another 100 pounds, I'm still 260 pounds. And I need to lose 250 pounds. That's not easy. Your body does not want to lose that much weight. And it will fight you tooth and nail. And I just got to keep trying. Just keep working it. I was doing great when I moved out here until COVID, and then that fucked me. It just fucked me hardcore. I took a gamble moving to a place where there is no jobs on the assumption that this would fund me. And, during COVID, I screwed this up bad. Screwed it up real bad. And now I have to fix it, and that's hard to do. It's not easy. That's really, really, really not easy to do. Especially when you have no money. That's why I appreciate all this filament you guys got from me. It's going to help a lot. And Mike got me like 12 kilograms of filament, and was it Jeff? Who was the other one? I do not get the name wrong. That would be extremely rude. Joe who sent me the filament, Mike who's sending me the pictures, and that's that one. Where's the other one? Jerry. Jerry sent me some white as well as some transparent. And what is all this? Anything important I need to read right away? No. Yeah, I haven't figured that. Hi, kitty. This is probably just a... Oh, that's how that works. Ah, Kurt, you got stuck in the spam folder. Let me mark No, 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 no. Cancel. Don't do that. Oh my god. Not spam. I almost emptied the whole folder. Let me go through this real quick. Make sure there's nothing in here that shouldn't be marked as spam. This all looks fine to delete. Okay. Let's see, where is that message? There it is. Awesome. Let me reply and send you my address. There we go. Thank you very much, Kurt. I would definitely love to have a chance to play with that. Yeah, nice. I'm not quite that good at chemistry. I also suck at lying, and I also suck at being invisible. I can't exactly run when someone comes after me very well. I gotta watch that show. I watched the first season, but I never watched anything after that. It was fun, but I always had more stuff to do. But I gotta sit down and watch that. That was a pretty funny show. But, now I really wish I had gotten a house in Rio Rancho, because then, even with the limited range of my electric car, I'd be able to go to Albuquerque and back, because there'd be no hills. It'd be all flat. But because I'm in the house I chose wasn't really my choice. Once I sold the business in New Jersey, and I stopped earning income from that business in New Jersey, I had no choice but to leave. I had 45 days to leave. That's it. I had to pick a house anywhere in the country that was available, and I had to go there. Whatever house, I had a ward panel of everywhere I was looking at moving to, but obviously not all the houses were available at all times. It was a constant research thing. Okay, these houses are available. 2 weeks goes by. Yeah. I'll have to go and check that out too. Although I'll be careful not to bother that lady too much, because I don't want her to get angry. I can understand why she'd be upset. But, I love my kitty cat. And then a month would go by and some houses would be sold, and so I'd have to find new houses. And so it was a running, continuously churning list of, these are the houses that are available today. A week goes by. These are the houses that are available today. A week goes by. These are the houses. And once the business sold, I had 45 days to leave Pennsylvania, because the cost of living there in Pennsylvania was over $5,000 a month, and I only had enough savings for 45 days. After that, I would begin defaulting on everything, and I had to sell the house. And of course, once I sold the house, I had to move. So once the business sold, I then had to go through my list and say, okay, what houses are available? Like I was looking at, for example, Alamogordo. No houses were available during that 45-day window. That would actually be a good idea. Yeah. Make a little money from it. But the problem is the price she wants is pretty high. She wants a pretty steep price for that. I don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. That's all good. So once that happened, I had to pick a house, and there were 3 houses available in that window when I went to move. I thought I was going to be able to buy a house of up to $80,000 because I thought I was going to be able to get a loan because I have very good credit. Well, now I have absolutely horrible credit. My credit's like 300, but at the time my credit was like 840, and went as high as 870. There was one house available in Edgewood, and there was one house available in Tucson, but it was about $5,000 out of my price range. Not Tucson, Sierra Vista, just south of Tucson. And there was a house available in Arkansas. But Arkansas was a problem because they did not expand Medicaid, so I wouldn't be able to get health care for Michelle. And then there was another house available in Kentucky. And the Kentucky house was a nice house, but small property. I really didn't want to live in Kentucky. And then Louisville, Kentucky. I put in an offer on the house it's actually halfway between Moriarty and Edgewood. But then a week later we found out there was a lien on the house, and so we backed out. I was like, give me my money back, we're done. And you're like, well, it's just $250. I was like, yeah, but what else didn't you tell me about? If you didn't tell me about that lien, what other liens do we have to discover that you didn't tell me about? No, thank you. I can't afford this. I'm moving out as is, where is, sight unseen. I will have no place to live when I get there. I can't afford to, call up the electric company to turn on the power and say, oh, you owe us $5,000. I can't afford that. And then, like, literally a day later, this house, which was previously on my list, went off the market, came back on the market. And I told Realist, I was like, grab it. I was like, that's the house I wanted. Grab that. And we got it. And put in the bid on this house. I should have put in a bid for $2,000 lower because they charged $2,000 in fees. Assholes. What dicks. But, bought the house, finished packing everything into the bus as much as we could, forgot a bunch of stuff. I even forgot my CR10 Max. I just forgot it. I was going to put it on top of the trailer. It was so big I didn't want to disassemble it. I was just going to put it right on top of the trailer and strap it down. And I forgot. So my buddy has it in his garage. At some point, I'll have the money to get that shipped out here. And, that really big one that Creality made. And that's it. I forgot my Vectrix. Oh, man. I love my Vectrix. Spike! That was a cool game console. And, but so I didn't really have a choice, I had to pick whatever house was available in that window, and this was it. And if I could have gotten one in Rio Rancho, I would have. Or Los Lunas. Or anything, outside of Albuquerque. But the only place that was available that met my requirements at the time. I think the page is amazon.com/gp/vine. I think that's the page. So bookmark that and every now and then check it. Because sometimes the Vine message gets stuck in the spam filter. And, so go to that page, and if you got an invite, it'll tell you as soon as you go there. And and you'll have an accept button to accept it, if it still works like it did before. But otherwise, that's it. It's a random invite only system. You can't apply, you can't ask. They just have to choose by whatever algorithm they choose to invite you. Just keep leaving reviews. That's it. Make them good. Do decent reviews. And I doubt they analyze the actual content of your reviews, but that'll help with your followers. And just don't forget the taxes. Usually like twice a year they do a mass cull, purge, and invite. It's not usually a continuous thing as far as I can tell. So at certain points of the year, a whole bunch of people get booted and then a whole bunch of people get invited. And what are you gonna do? Technically, the way Amazon runs that program is illegal. But there's nothing you can do about it, and it's worth it. Just make sure you handle the taxes right. If you can monetize your reviews, you should be able to write off your entire Vine 1099 as a cost. That's what I did, because I reviewed everything, and I earned money from my affiliate links. That's my primary source of income. It's not hobby income for me. It's my only income. And so that wasn't that. Everything on Vine is a business purchase, so everything is written off. And then of course, every time you go to the post office, record the trip. Odometer start, odometer end. Write it in a log. You can get an app on your phone to do it. You punch in your odometer start. You drive to the post office. You drive back. You punch in your odometer end. You have to take away a bunch of cardboard. Again, record the trip. It's 65.5 cents a mile. That adds up very fast. Even if it's only a few miles, that's a lot of money very quickly. Anytime you make a trip for your reviewing, you write it up, and then you nice. Well, if you can turn it into a business, you won't have to write it off as taxes. You'll be able to write it off as an expense. And be careful writing off a portion of your house. Theoretically, I could have written off 30% of my house as business use, but the IRS loves auditing that because most people do it wrong and you get screwed. So don't write off your house. But any other expense that you have, especially mileage. I mean, every time I went to the trash dump, I would actually make a separate trip for my Vine trash because it's 24 miles. So 24 miles round trip, 24 times 0.655, $15.72 plus the $5 they charge me to dispose. So every time I go to the trash dump, I was able to write $20.72 off on my taxes as a completely legitimate tax write-off. So what you do is you file a Schedule C, which means you no longer make normal income. Now you have this income. And because it's Schedule C, do you have an affiliate account? Do you earn legitimate income from that affiliate account? Well, then you're legitimate. Okay? Monetize it. Figure out how to monetize it legitimately. Don't try to play games, because if they decide to audit you and you can't defend yourself, well, they got a bigger stick than you do. They'll spank your ass. So keep it above board and legit. Don't play games. But if you can legitimately monetize it, then you can file a Schedule C. And basically, technically, it's legitimate. You could think of the money Amazon gives you as cash that you never actually touch. Think of it as credit. And then you spend that credit to buy the Vine items. That's the FMV, the fair market value, or the ETV, estimated tax value. So, hey, they're the one who issued you a 1099. You got a 1099 miss. So they gave you $2,000. Okay, well, where's the $2,000? I spent it buying that stuff. What's that stuff for? For my business. Just the act of reviewing it makes it a business expense. And so sign up for an Amazon affiliate account and start posting affiliate links. And make sure you follow the rules. The big one is, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. You say that. That's why you hear me say that, because that's required wording by Amazon. And that's it. It's super easy on Amazon. I wish I would do this, but if you to make an affiliate link on Amazon, once you have an account, when you log into Amazon, it'll look like this. Okay, so this is Amazon, but you notice this up here? This is influencer and associate site strip. Okay, site stripe. You just hit this, get link. And there you go. That is an affiliate link that will give me credit. So if you click on this link and buy something on Amazon, I get a commission. Now it's a business. And because of the quirk of the way the taxes work, you can combine your income and just write off your expenses. A loss on one business is paid for from the other business or other job. And just do it legally. If you have a friend who's a CPA, that's really handy. They can make sure you do it right, because you don't want to fuck around with the IRS. They will spank you. And so it's very, very easy to make affiliate links, especially since I can make an affiliate link that just goes to generic Amazon homepage. Now, the way that works is anything you buy in the next 24 hours, if all you guys click on that link right now, it's just going to take you to Amazon. Now, as long as you don't click on somebody else's affiliate link, anything you buy from Amazon in the next 24 hours, I get a commission on. So I tell people, the first time you open up your browser in the morning, you want to go shopping for something, click on my link. And now you don't even have to think about it. Anything you buy on Amazon, I get credit for. In fact, if you add it to your shopping cart, I think now it's 30 days. It remembers whose affiliate link you used to add it to your shopping cart. That's why if you click on my affiliate link, I do not get a commission for anything already in your shopping cart. You have to remove it from your shopping cart and re-add it. Because obviously Amazon gets to keep that money if nobody uses an affiliate link. And that also means you cannot bookmark my affiliate links. Now, why would Amazon I actually almost got booted out of my associate program as an Amazon associate because of that. I was telling people to bookmark my influencer page, which you're allowed to do. Okay? You're allowed to create a bookmark to my amazon.com/shop/Nerisse. That's my influencer page. That's a separate thing from associate page. So I'm a YouTuber, but I'm also an associate. I make affiliate links, and I'm also an influencer. Basically just means I have that influencer page, which I really need to clean up. It's very messy. But what I didn't realize is that I made an Amazon.to affiliate link to my influencer page. So when their system saw my description, it says bookmark my influencer page, and it was an associate link, they booted me out of the program because I was telling people to bookmark a shortcut link. And I was like, but I'm allowed to do that. It's my influencer page. And they're like, and thankfully it got in front of a person. I was like, oh, yeah, you did. It just goes to your influencer page. It's like, you don't have to make your influencer page a short name. You get commissions for that. And so now I know not to do that. Thankfully they reinstated my account. But so what you can do is bookmark Nerisse.com and then just click on that link and you're in Amazon. That's it. Why doesn't Amazon want you to bookmark it? Well, first of all, Amazon charges people for having stuff in FBA. And if nobody uses an affiliate link, Amazon gets to keep that money. So they're willing to share with commissions, but they also would prefer to keep it if there's no legitimate association. Now, how can that be abused? If you were allowed to bookmark a link, well, all I would have to do is, put, what botnets are when people's computers get infected and they use their computers to do things. Well, I can just, subscribe to a botnet and tell that botnet to, have every single computer in the net click on my link first thing in the morning. And now I'm earning commissions from thousands and thousands and thousands of people who have no idea who I am. Okay? And that's why Amazon doesn't let you make bookmarks. Plus, they don't work. When you click on a link, like when you click on that link right there that I just posted, that link, think of it as tracking information. It works exactly the same as tracking information. When you get a tracking number for a package and you go and put that tracking number and it says, okay, here's the city where it started, package dropped off, package left here, package arrived here, package left here, package arrived here, package left here, package arrived here, package left here, out for delivery, package delivered. So there's a paper trail of where that package has been from each sorting center, regional center. Every time it goes on a truck or a plane, there's a log that's created. Think of it as a chain of custody. It's more than just a cookie. So basically, when you click on a link, something similar happens. When you click on that link right there, Amazon's YouTube's site connects to Amazon's site and says, I want that page. And Amazon's site says, where are you coming from? And it says, I'm YouTube. Okay, and so there's a little handshake that goes on there when you click on a link. So there's a paper trail. It's called a referrer. So in this case, the referrer is YouTube, because that's the origin of where you were when you clicked the link. Not where you are in the real world, but where the link came from. So Amazon can tell that that person clicked on Chris's link in his chat in YouTube, but that person clicked on Chris's link at Nerisse.com. That person clicked on Chris's Facebook link in his Facebook post, and that person clicked on Chris's Twitter link, because there's a referrer that gets logged when you click a link and it goes from here to here. Well, here's the problem. If I open my browser and I click on a bookmark, what's the referrer? There isn't any. There's no referrer. I'm not clicking on a link on a website. When you click on a bookmark in your browser, that's no different than going to the address bar and typing www.nerisse.com. So the referrer is null. There's no referrer. You're the origin. Okay? Referrer is, where is the link? Well, there is no referrer for your PC. The referrer would be Amazon or YouTube or Twitter or Instagram. That would be the referrer. That's why I have to, as an influencer and associate, have to tell Amazon where all my properties are. So I tell them, this is my Twitter page, this is my Facebook page, this is my Instagram page, this is my website, this is my YouTube channel, so that when a person clicks on one of my affiliate links, Amazon can say, where'd that come from? Instagram. And then Amazon checks Chris's affiliate account and says, okay, yep, same Instagram account, so that is who sent that person to us. That's why you can't bookmark, and that prevents you from using bots to get millions of computers to click on your link and fleece Amazon for tens of thousands of dollars, which you could very easily do. And that's why they do that. It's just it's to stop fraud. And that's it. That's the only reason they do that. It's to stop fraud, so they don't have to pay out money to somebody who didn't actually do anything to bring customers to Amazon. And that's why, for example, my brother can't earn me affiliate income, because his address was in my account. And the same with my sister. I probably can't get any affiliate income from her either, because her address is in my account as well. So Amazon now thinks that when Sarah or Logan orders something, it's just me ordering. It's counted as the same as me ordering it, and I can't get commissions for my own orders. In fact, well, I could figure out a way to work around it, but if they caught me, they'd ban me. And but that's why I need people to use my affiliate links, because that's how I earn money. What was that? Something appeared on the screen that went away, but it was sideways, so it was part of the Android OS, not part of the thing that I'm using to do the double screen. So that's it. That's how that works. That's the way that works. It's interesting. It's fascinating. I've got to go through and clean up all my affiliate links. Figure out which ones are still active, which ones aren't active, and clean them all up. And I think Walmart's doing affiliate links again, so I got to find out how to do that. Any source of income is a source of income, so I need to do it. If you guys want to help out with the trip to Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival, I need about $600. Obviously I got to come up with most of that. But if you want to help out, PayPal or Zelle. Don't use the YouTube Super Chat. I won't get that for like 3 months. It'll be too late. And if you have Zelle, use that, because there's no fee. No taxes, no fee, no surcharges, nothing. You send $10, I get $10. I have $123 coming up from Patreon this week, but that's gone already. I have to send that to the electric company because I owe them. I sent them $100, so now it's $227 I owe them. So it'll be $100 that I still owe them after that, and then so I gotta pay them off so they don't turn my power off. They don't wait out here. 20 days, that's it. That's all you get. That makes sense. There's kind of no reason for Zelle to have the app. The app doesn't really make sense. Zelle is primarily an ACH transfer, meaning bank account to bank account. So you would handle the Zelle. Exactly. That's the way it is now. You can log into Zelle and you can see activity report and stuff like that, but you can't actually do anything in it because it's all done through your bank account. So that makes sense. I always wondered why they had an app. I guess they thought they were going to be like a Cash App or a Venmo or something like that, but no. Zelle is they make their money by charging institutions to be part of the Zelle network, so they don't have to charge you anything, which means you and I get to send money back and forth to each other for free, and also instantly. And it's not always instant. If you send me $10 now, it's instant. If you schedule and say, okay, send Chris $10 every month, that's not instant. That's done the slower way, so it takes like 3 or 4 days for it to go through. Because my brother has that up. He has an automatic Zelle. He sends me $40 to help with the phone bills. So that's going to really help going forward now. He's in a position where he can help me out a little bit. So now he's helped me out with the phone bill, and he's helped me out with gas, because I just don't have money to buy gas to go visit Michelle. So I depend on the gas money he sends me. And the counter to that is I don't use that gas for anything except going to see Michelle. I never ever drive that Kia except when I'm driving to see Michelle. I didn't know you could actually send Zelle through the app. I thought you always had to do it through a bank account. I didn't know you could ever do it through the app. I don't think I've ever used the Zelle app. It's always just been, part of your bank account. If your bank supports it, then it's there. So when I do Zelle, what is that? I gotta figure out where that $30 came from. So when I log into my bank account, I got $31. I think Logan just sent me gas money. There's a Zelle link right there at the bottom. And I just click on that to log into Zelle. And where did that come from? Is that from Logan? Yeah, that came in today, so I'm assuming that's from Logan. I haven't gotten the notification about it yet, but it came from Logan. Yeah, it's not telling me. Usually I get an email saying, so-and-so sent you money, but I didn't get one. I'll get it later. It'll eventually come in. But yeah, Zelle is the best because there's no tax issues, there's no fees, there's no charges. You know, the institutions pay to be on the network, like being a credit card provider. And so that's it. I have a place to stay. David's let me stay at his place, so that won't cost me anything. Usually they take me out to dinner when I'm there. I always offer to pay, but I never assume they're going to pay, but they usually do. But I also bring food with me, so just in case. I don't have to buy any food. And I'm not going to buy anything at the show. I already paid my $25. There's no charge for parking. So the only thing I need to pay for is gas and insurance. And then in June or July, I got to pay for registration and AAA again. So I've got to start making some money. So if any of you guys want me to make you a custom toolbox, that's something that I'm tooled up to produce right now. Let me know what colors you want, and I will make one for you. I figure for as long as it's not using expensive filament like crazy, like Protopasta, I figure $50 a box, and I can make you one of these, one of the toolboxes, and you can see they're nice. I'm gonna do a test print of my new Gridfinity design today. The nice thing is I can also use this style drawer with my bins. All I have to do is put that metal disc right there in the middle, and then my bins will still work with that style. So while that style bin won't work with my grid, my bins will work with this grid, as long as I put those discs in there. I also want to do more with the with changing the color, like I did here. You know how it's wood on the outside, but then the different color on the inside. I just think that looks sharp as hell. I think it looks nice. And that's it. I really wish I had more. I have enough of the Icelandic, but I don't have any more wood, because I would love to make the bottom toolbox to match this, because it's just such, this is such a good color combo. I love this combination. It just came out really nice. And but that'll allow me to use more expensive colors without using a whole bunch of that color. So I can order maybe like a sample of Protopasta and do the two sides in the Protopasta, and then switch to a transparent plastic for the rest of it. This I like use Zyro sparkling or twinkling clear, so it'll be a glitter plastic, and but it'll be transparent, so it won't conflict with whatever other colors are in the model. That might be a way for me to use the really nice colors without, you know, spending $50 on plastic to make a box, because that adds up quick. And I can also make the if people want me to, if people are interested, I can make the you know, things like this. You have a carport and you want to put the solar panels above it. And then those files are finished now. I'm going to get those uploaded to Printable soon too. Stop it. But I first want to actually install one. Make sure it fits before I do that. But I can also make these. Oh, you son of a bitch. Messy desk. Messy desk. Messy desk. Seriously? You're just going to keep messing with me. But I can also make these. These are actually pretty affordable to make, so I'd probably sell these for $10 each plus shipping. $10 or $12. I'll have to do the math, but $10 or $12 should be about right. Call it $20 if you want all the lights, or you can get the lights yourself. And but these came out really cool. I like these. I also changed up the design so that that's an angle here, so these don't split. Cause sometimes when it gets cold and you shove a light in, the crack, it splits. So I figured out how to fix that. And but I love the way these came out. These came out nice. They look really good in the yard too. Especially when you put the mason jar light on there with the lights hanging down the middle, so the whole thing lights up. It just looks really slick. And that's it. I will see you guys later. It's 3 o'clock. I'm gonna go make some food. I'm hungry. And I will talk to you guys later. I'm hopefully gonna have a video this weekend coming out on fixing the Chiron, and then I got to start making some regular videos, you know, where I can start earning some AdSense revenue, because you don't make much AdSense revenue on streams because there's no rewatchability. Who's going to come back here and watch a 2 hour and 58-minute stream? Nobody. That's just not going to happen. Huge shout out again to Mike, who's going to be sending me the printers. To Joe for sending me 12 kilograms of plastic. You freaking rock, dude. I got them all sitting right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kilograms of white, 1 kilogram of black, and 2 kilograms of blue, and 2 kilograms of red. I will put them to good use. And Jerry for sending me kilograms of white and also 2 kilograms of clear. And also Joe for sending me the nozzles. 3 packs of them! I was expecting 1 pack. You sent 3 packs. That's 36 nozzles. That's I won't need any hardened 0.8 millimeter nozzles for quite a while. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the continued support, even though I'm not doing the greatest job in the world. But I will work on coming up with more projects. If you guys have ideas for projects to do, I might also start doing some I'm not rigged up to do time-lapse. So one of you guys did send me one of those Bruno time-lapse cameras, which I may attempt to set up. I actually might dedicate like an Ender 5 to doing just that, because it's a bed dropper, so the part will stay in the same spot for taking the pictures, and because the head stays at the top, the head won't be in the way of seeing the model, because those time-lapse channels seem to do pretty well for views. So I might start doing that too, maybe create a sub-channel just for that. And then also for videos here, I'm going to start, you know, finding nice stuff to print out. That not only that I make, but that other people make too, and print them out. I'd love to eventually get a Elegoo Centauri carbon, since that's only $300. If I can eventually get one of those with their equivalent of the AMS box, I can start doing multicolor prints, because I know that's really popular right now, the multicolor prints. And I just really enjoy designing my own stuff. And the rockets just aren't practical right now. I mean, I can't sell the rockets without flying them, and I can't find enough people to fly them, and I can't afford to fly them. So I'm going to keep making them, but that's on the back burner for now until I can afford to fly them. It's a safety ethical issue. I can't just, you know, put up for sale a model file that I don't know if it's going to work. You know, rockets can be dangerous if you're not careful. So I have to make sure they work. But beyond that, I also got the flag mounts I'm working on. I love the flag mounts. They're great. Although I had one break. We had 55 mile an hour sustained winds for a point, well, gusting to 55 miles an hour, and it broke one of my flag mounts. So I have to beef up the base of the flag mount. So I did that. I added 4 millimeters to the base, and I increased the triangular. When you have this and you add a little fillet triangle piece to it, gusset, I guess you'd call it. Maybe it might be a gusset. Yes, that's the problem. That's why I've been holding off. Well, okay, I say I've been holding off. The reality is I have no money, so I can't buy one. But I've been holding off on asking anybody to send me a multicolor printer because, well, it's not going to be very successful because I don't have the view count that they want. But also, I probably will, if I do end up getting one, I'll probably only get one shot. And so I want that to be a tool head printer if possible, because that will solve the waste problem. Because, of course, when you make a multicolor print, you want to use the pretty colors, and the pretty colors are expensive, so you don't want the waste. But is that a gusset? Yeah, I thought that was a gusset. And where is one I can... Oh, right here. This. Adding these. That's so that this lip doesn't break off. So I beefed up the gussets and also beefed up the lip for the flagpole mount. And so those should be much better able to handle it now. I wanted to show it to you, but I don't have one handy. They're all outside sitting on the table. I'm getting ready to install them. And I'm going to change them all out to the new model that I made. Although now I have to print that new base. Oh, maybe. Well, I'll check that out. On Saturdays? Yeah, I'm available Saturdays. Hang on. 3DHP. 3DHP. That's 3DHP. There it is. Well, for STL creators, I would probably do it just for access to their STLs. But the problem is I have to be able to print that stuff. And a lot of that stuff is multicolor now. Yeah, I'll check that out. I'm not subscribed? How the hell can I not be subscribed? YouTube sometimes does that. They'll unsubscribe you from a channel. Okay, I subscribed. So I will check that out. Videos. Oh yeah, okay. The Jerry Show. Okay, I'll check it out. Absolutely. And I also still need to make a My Manufacturing Cults account to upload my files there too. I'm still going to upload them for free to Printables and Thingiverse. I just can't help it. I don't like the idea. Artistic stuff, I get it. But functional stuff, I have a problem putting that behind a paywall. A paywall option, sure. But saying the only way you can get it is to pay me, people just won't buy it. I mean, you saw how relatively easy it is to make this stuff. They would just go make it themselves if they really want it. Yeah, that's a good idea. I will definitely do that. And plus, I like talking to people about 3D printing. That's fun. So I got to start making more content. So I want to make a the time lapse video will probably have to be a sub channel if I ever get around to doing that, because it seems like people who want that want only that. And so it wouldn't work well in a mixed content environment like this. But I should do like a monthly video for 3D printing news and tech news. I should also do a monthly video for this is what I've printed for the last month, and these are the neat things you can do. That would easily be, there's 2 videos a month. I need to make 4 videos, at minimum 4 videos a month. So 4 live streams and 4 videos. Well, 1 a week. I need to do one video and 1 stream a week. and eventually maybe 2 videos a week if I can manage it. But the problem is coming up with content, and when you have no money, that's very hard to do, because people want stuff that's new and fresh, and new and fresh costs money. I got to make sure I record. Oh, here it is. Here's one of them. There it is. Oop, I'm bringing this up. So this is the part, and it broke here and here. So what I did was I made this part here thicker, and I made these gussets bigger, so that this will be a lot stronger. But this is what broke. And it makes sense that one flag is heavier and has more drag than the other flag, and it probably just torqued it too much in the wind and just snapped it. And so I'll beef that up. I already beefed it up. I just got to print out a few of them. And my problem is, the problem isn't gaining viewers. It's not that difficult. Well, it's not easy, but it's not horribly difficult to gain viewers. The problem is viewer retention. Gaining 20 viewers who never come back do nothing for you. So I've got to make sure I'm in a position where when I do get those viewers, I can keep them interested in coming back. And so I got to make sure I do my job and have the content that they want to watch. And I got to stop doing it late. Like, you know, I got into making the Christmas light, but it was after Christmas, so people don't want that anymore. So I've got to start planning ahead. Like, it's too late now, but I should have, last month I should have been planning for Easter prints, so that they would all be done, and I can have the video published, you know, before Easter comes out, so that people can also say, well, yeah, not only is that Easter coming up, but now I can print them too. And so I got to work on that. I just got to do a better job of managing the content. And, you know, just do a better job overall. Because it drives me nuts because I don't need much. $700 or $800 a month, basically $400 more than I'm making now, would be enough for me to live decently. I wouldn't have a luxurious life by any stretch of the imagination, but I would be able to pay all of my bills without struggling, because I don't have many bills. I have electric, water, phone, car insurance, property taxes, and vehicle registration. That's it. That's the only monthly bills I have. And if I amortize that, what does that come to? Let's do this math. So let's call it 200 for electric, 30 for water, 50 for taxes. Let's call it 20 for phone, since Logan's helped me with half of that, but eventually I want to pay that myself. 15 for internet. Car registration is like $50 a year, every 2 years, 2 cars, so that's $100 a year. Let's call it $10 a month, and then another $10 a month for AAA. That's $335. I almost make that now. Almost. The problem is it's not even. So, like, for example, my electric bill this past month was $127, but I have a pass-to electric bill of $263. And eventually I need house insurance. That's $100 a month. Because I am terrified of a fire. I am so terrified of a fire. How long will the city let me live in my bus? Who knows? But now, of course, there are other expenses. You know, going to visit Michelle. once a week. That's $100 a month right there. So that's plus 100. And then, you know, if I want to, you know, buy some extra food every now and then, you know, call that what, 30, $40 a month. If I want to go to the movies once a month with Michelle, that's $20. And if I want to put aside money for maintenance on the car, you're looking at $50 a month, because you're probably going to spend $400 or $500 a year maintaining the car. So you spread that out over 12 months, you're probably looking at $50. You really should be putting something into savings. If I put a tiny bit into savings, say $50, which will only give me $600 a year, but that'll be enough. For example, if the HVAC breaks down, I can pay someone to come out and fix it. You know, I can do one emergency repair a year doing that. Heat in the wintertime, I'm probably looking at, well, there's no practical way to do that. It's like $400 a month. The only way to get proper heat in here is to get the other heat pump fixed. That's $600 a month. And that's including putting aside $50 a month for an emergency repair and $50 a month for car maintenance. There's other costs in there too. Like, I'm not factoring in, let's factor in like household supplies that I'm running out of. Because I have such a huge stockpile of household supplies that I haven't had to incur that expense. I don't have to buy laundry detergent because I have 5 years worth of laundry detergent. I haven't had to buy toilet paper because I have a huge stockpile of toilet paper. I haven't had to buy dish soap because I have a huge stockpile of dish soap. Eventually that stuff's going to run out. I haven't had to buy trash bags because I have, you know, 5,000 or 6,000 trash bags. But let's say that stuff is $25 a month. So to cover all of my expenses with a tiny bit extra. Now, this doesn't include taking any trips. This doesn't include going anywhere, no vacations. This, you know, doesn't include anything like that. But that's $620 a month. So if I sent if I just simply doubled what I'm currently making, I'd be okay. You know, it would not be a great life, but I'd be okay. So I need to figure out how to do my job well enough to increase this. I need more people on Patreon. I need more people using my affiliate links. And I need more videos so I can make more AdSense. Right now I get $100 from Google roughly every 3 months. If I can just increase that so I'm getting $100 a month from Google, that would have a dramatic effect. And that would immediately bump me up to about $500 a month. Right now I'm pulling in about $368 a month on average. It's mind-boggling I'm surviving on that. It's mind-boggling somehow. I mean, if it wasn't for food stamps, I'd be so screwed. Oh my God, would I be screwed. But, because 100% of my income isn't enough to buy food. I mean, I'd be okay for a year. I mean, I got a year's worth of food in the house, but whew, wow. So that's no, I mean, I did do things right when I had the money. I bought an affordable house in a place where taxes are cheap and where the cost of living is cheap. Most of my stuff is very efficient. But part of the reason I'm keeping the electric bill down is I'm not running the printers. I run one printer. That's it. Because I can't afford to run 3 or 4 printers because I can't afford the electricity. Each of these large printers costs $30 a month to run if I run them 24/7. And I don't have it. You know, so, you know, making $700 a month would mean that I now have enough to run 3 or 4 printers continuously. Now I can actually start printing stuff. And so it's a struggle. You know, you gotta work it. And if I can lose enough weight so that I can, you know, basically if I can get fit enough to where I can walk to the community center and back without being like wasted, like the Grand Theft Auto. wasted. If I can get to that point, then I can get a job. I can go work at McDonald's or Harbor Freight or something like that. Make $12 an hour, and that'd be plenty. You know, even just if I went work an 8-hour shift, the Harbor Freight's $15 an hour, and I would like to work there because I think that'd be a nice place to work. So 15 times 8 times, say, 50. That's $6,000 divided by 12. That's $500 a month times 0.8 for taxes. That's just 1 day a week would be $625 a month. Double what I'm making now. Just 1 day a week. Just 1 day. All I need is a part-time job. Because, you know, I've arranged things so that my cost of living is very low. I just need to make the money. So, you know, if I can get a part-time job just 1 goddamn day a week, work an 8-hour shift 1 day a week, you know, or 2 4-hour shifts part-time, you know, then I would be good. I would make enough money. Hell, an extra $625 a month, that would even be enough. Well, at that point, I might lose the food stamps, and so it would actually be I'd only be making an extra $300 a month, because now I'd have to spend half of that buying food. But I would still be better off, and I wouldn't need food stamps anymore. Because I'd rather not use them if I don't have to. So, you know, just 1 day a week, and I'd be okay. Or double my income from this channel. If I could double my income from this channel, I'd be okay. And so I gotta figure out how to get my shit in gear, and, you know, get my act together. And what is that? Oh, it's behind me. It was that. Get my shit together and do my job, and just gotta work it. I'm never gonna be able to retire, so I'm gonna have to work until the day I die. That's just the fact of life for this current, you know, life in this country right now. If you're 50 years old and you don't already have retirement set up, you're done. That's it. You're working till the day you die. You know, it's kind of funny though. $600,000, and I could live the rest of my life in relative comfort. $600,000, and I wouldn't even have to earn any interest. I wouldn't even need interest. Because, actually, I don't need that much. 20,000 times times 20. $400,000. I'm not going to live longer than 20 years. There's no way hell I'm making it past 70. And so 400 grand, that's 20,000 a year. That's 5 times what I'm making right now. I don't know if I qualify. And I would prefer to get on my feet, but I don't know if I qualify. I mean, I can't even get Michelle on it, and she absolutely qualifies. It's just very difficult to get approved for that kind of thing. And plus, technically, I'm not disabled. Technically, I am able-bodied, and I am just, my problem's up here. I got to get my shit together and do what I need to do. But yeah, the doctor's looking. The doctor did say something about that. He's looking into it for me, but I don't think I qualify. So he's going to let me know. But yes, that is something we're looking at, even just temporarily. You know, until I can lose enough weight where I can then go get a regular job. And they won't even hire me. They just look at me and go, yeah, no. You can just see it on their face. The moment they look at you, they realize you're not going to be able to run around for 8 hours. No way. I mean, you're huffing and puffing walking from your car to the door. Not badly, but enough that people notice. And, you know, they just, you know, I gotta lose weight. Gotta lose weight. I'm dead in 5 to 10 years if I don't lose weight. Pure genetic lottery is the only reason I haven't had a heart attack yet. You know, my cholesterol's good, my triglycerides are good, my A1C's coming down. You know, I mean, all my values are fantastic. I'm just fat. The doctor just looks at me like, how are your numbers this good? I mean, you're almost 500 pounds. How are your numbers this good? Genetic lottery. I got lucky. Well, it also helps that I'm not attached to sugar soda. I drink zero sugar soda and I love it. And it also helps that I fucking love good food. I love vegetables. In fact, I'm thinking about doing a double veg lunch. I'm thinking about grabbing a packet of broccoli cheddar rice and doing Brussels sprouts and broccoli, just because I fucking love my vegetables. How anybody could not like vegetables? It's amazing. The nutritionist was harping on me, vegetables, 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 vegetables. And I was like, the first time I met her, I was like, why do you keep going on about vegetables? I mean, like, how much vegetables do I need to eat? And she's like, well, nobody eats enough vegetables. I was like, I eat 1 to 2 pounds of vegetables a day. She looked at me and was like, what? I was like, yeah, I eat about a pound, well, about a pound and a half. I eat 2 12-ounce bags of vegetables every day. And minimum, that's my minimum. Okay, plus whatever veggies are in whatever I'm cooking. And she just looked at me like, you do? I'm like, yes. Besides a ribeye steak, vegetables are the best tasting thing I got in my kitchen. Really? I didn't know that. Huh. You know what's weird? Moving around slightly is actually easier than just standing. I guess because I'm shifting the weight around from foot to foot. But actually just standing is harder. But aren't you not allowed to make any income at all? I mean, theoretically, I could write off just about everything I make from this channel. I don't, because I need to report some income. But my expenses could easily qualify me to write off just about everything. Workers' compensation, that's insurance through work, isn't it? I don't have a regular job, so I don't have workers' compensation. Or is that something else? Plus, I'm really afraid of disability insurance. I'm afraid of getting stuck in it. You know, I don't want to be a leech. When I know I am capable, I don't want to be a leech. 50 pounds. I need 50 pounds. 50 pounds and I can get back on a bicycle. You know, if I can get down to 400, I can get back on a bicycle. And around here, on a bicycle, I can lose weight quick. Because I love riding my bike. I'd mount a goddamn tablet to my handlebars and go geocaching with my bike. I would love to do that. Well, I've paid into Social Security for retirement, and I've paid into things like unemployment when you lose your job, but SSDI is just general fund taxes. You know, we all pay into it, but no, like I said, I'm not ignoring that. The doctor is looking into it for me. We just talked about it last week, and he asked me the same thing you did. He's like, have you ever applied for disability? And I was like, no, you know, I can work, so I haven't. And he's like, well, you can't get a regular job. And he's like, okay. So he's going to find out for me and see what I need to do. And is that like retirement where you can earn some money and you know you'd be okay, or do you have to give up all income? You know, I'm making a pittance. I'm making less than $400 a month on average. Well, by then I'll have lost the weight. If I haven't lost the weight in a few years, I'm probably dead. So I don't have a few years to lose the weight. So yeah, I know SSI takes years to get into, but I didn't know it took for disability took the same thing. I'll find out. Like I said, we are looking into that. Even though I don't like it, reality says I have to consider it. You know, I'm a realist above all else. And even if I don't like the idea of being on disability, I am considering it as an option if the doctor tells me that's what I should do. And so he is going to look into it, and I will follow his advice. You know, he seems like a good doctor. I trust him. And so I'm not gonna be thick-headed and just, you know, be a bonehead and not do it just because I don't like it. I'm not gonna pull a Chris Taylor Sr. You know, he didn't like welfare, and it ruined my life because now I have to take care of Michelle on my own because nobody else will, and she's my sister. I'm not going to abandon her. Fuck that. But I also have to be careful with that. There might be legal ramifications of my ability to take care of Michelle if I'm on disability. So I have to be very, very careful of that and make sure I don't do anything that harms her. Even if it means I gotta suffer a little more, I don't care. She cannot take care of herself. That's my responsibility. So I have to make sure that whatever I do doesn't make her situation worse. So I gotta be very, very careful with that. And the last thing I want is for her to be a ward of the state. That's no way to live a life. But I will keep working at it. It's getting chilly. That's right. The next 5 days are going to be cold. It's going to be like 45 during the day and 25, 30 at night. So the next 5 days are going to be cold. Not cold enough to turn on the heat, though. I'm not turning on the heat. Yeah. Boy, if the doctor could do one damn thing for me, figure out why I'm generating so much saliva. Not saliva, snot. Oh my God, it drives me crazy so much. I wish there was like money in saliva or snot, because I could probably make half a gallon a day. Oh my, I remember once I was coming up to a light and I had a big one in my mouth. I had to get rid of it. It was too big for a napkin. So I rolled the window down and went, "Shoo!" And then I heard a splat. And I looked out the window at the light, and this guy on a motorcycle, thank God he had a windscreen, because I splatted that Luger, boom. I looked at him and just went, "I am so sorry." He went from angry to just laughing his ass off and said, "It's okay." And I grabbed the rag and handed it. I was like, "Just keep it. I'm so sorry." Oh, thank God he had a windscreen, because if that would have hit his helmet, could you imagine someone smack Luger hitting your helmet and then coming into the crack? So it really was so good. I was absolutely mortified. I was so absolutely embarrassed and humiliated. And I think he could see it. That's why he laughed, because I really didn't. So now when I go to hawk one out the window, I look first. Okay, no car, no motorcycle. If there's a car, I just hold it until the car passes, because I don't want to splatter that on somebody's windshield. Oh, that was so embarrassing. I never did that again. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, man. It's just snot. It wasn't vomit or anything like that. Just snot. But for some reason, I generate a continuous supply of it. It never stops. Like one of the things that I love about going to McDonald's and getting my 99-cent iced coffee is they're always willing to give me a big fat stack of napkins, because my center console in my car is filled with napkins. Yeah, hazmat. It's biohazard. Oh man. If you're eating something, turn your ears off right now, because something else I had to do was to make sure that when I spit in a can or a cup, I throw it away, because one time, I had a bunch in a cup and I accidentally. You know what's worse than snot? Cold snot. Oh, it's so nasty. It just feels so gross. Oh my god. I tried lowering the amount of Tylenol I take for my eyes. Can't. I lowered it to 1 Tylenol morning and evening, and the pus immediately came back to my eyes, and I had to go back to 2 a day. 2 in the morning, 2 at night. Apparently that's the minimum amount to control whatever this is. Yeah, it is super, super gross. Not as gross as drinking cigarette butts and drinking cologne. So one time I had a can of soda on the counter at work, and somebody decided, oh, that must be Rick's cigarette can, and they put their cigarette out in my soda, and then I drank it. And then we were camping once down in the shore at the campground. We had a membership. We just paid the yearly dues, and that's it. We can go to the campground anytime we want. And apparently, somebody, I think it was cologne. I think it was my brother. Apparently, my brother broke his bottle of cologne, so he took my my can of soda out of the fridge, dumped it out, and poured his cologne in my can. So when I came back later to drink my soda, I drank cologne. Oh, that was nasty. It was like an hour before that taste got out of my mouth. So yeah, now I'm careful with cans. Actually, that's something I gotta work on, especially now that I'm printing TPU. Is I gotta make little caps, just a loose fit, just enough that it doesn't just fall off on its own. I gotta make little caps for my cans of soda, because we can't get bottles around here, because I guess they make more money selling you a 12-pack of cans than selling you 2 2-liter bottles of soda. So the Walmart only stocks cans, and they stock very few 2-liter bottles, at least of all these flavors, which is really, really annoying. And but we have flies at certain parts of the year, and they love flying into the soda because it's water. They need the moisture. And yeah, I've seen a whole lot of them. And so I need a little cap, a cap to stick on there so bugs don't get in my drink. I mean, it's just protein. Most of the time you don't notice it. And but still, it's just I don't want to eat bugs. So a little cap to slap a cap on there. Also, if I make the cap a little snug, if I accidentally tip over the can, it probably won't stop it from spilling, but it'll slow it down. So the spill will be a lot less severe if I grab it and pick it up. Because sometimes the cat just like, that can's in my way. Cats are good. I love cats. And that's it. Okay. I'm gonna go make something to eat. I'm starving. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since last night. And I will see you guys later. Thank you again to Mike, Joe, and Jerry, and now Kurt, for sending me the Ninja Flex. That's awesome. I've never had a chance to play with Ninja Flex before, so I will definitely have fun with that. And that's it. I will see you guys later. You have a great week. Remember, keep your victims happy. Mean people taste good. Stupid people taste funny, but they're still edible. And politicians, they're a little poisonous. So you just cook them till they're crunchy. See you guys later.